Hola, ¿cómo estás, everybody? It's Cinco de Mayo. Welcome back for the epic day of Cinco. Oh, it's not? That was yesterday. Really? Well, that's awkward. You could have told me before we went live. Okay. Anyways, hola. Welcome to Cinco de Days, or Mayo de Days, the 6th of May. Hey, guys. You know we're going to have stupid intros for Fates, but how is everyone doing? It's Thursday. We're getting into it. I've realized I should probably move Mark's thing a little bit. Okay, I'll fix your camera. I forgot to check that. But anyways, how are you guys doing? We are doing wonderful. I'm super excited to get into this week's episode of Fates United. We have some exciting news and announcements this week, so we're gonna jump right into it. English, as you all know. First off, if you are new to our channel, we are live every Thursday on Twitch on Bardic Dice, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I also do a Star Wars campaign on Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is we're not gonna have a game this weekend, but I will be streaming at the same time. And we're still working on the beginning of the week, but I think right now we're gonna go with Tuesdays at 2 p.m. because Tuesday 2 p.m. Tavern Talk. I can do teas all day. So yeah, we're gonna stick with that, and that's gonna be our new schedule for now. But special news for tomorrow, Friday, May 7th, even though today's Cinco de Mayo in Fates United World. But tomorrow we're gonna have 4 of our community DMs gonna be interviewed on live stream with chef_Byers. So we're gonna shout him out real quick. We're super excited to do this. He just posted it on Twitter, and we all just kind of went with it. Thanks to D. D's the one that actually started letting us know about it. He's a really cool guy. He's a professional chef who now runs a restaurant and is a big D&D fan. Him and his wife are super nice. So it's going to be myself tomorrow starting the show at 8 p.m. Central. Then D's going to follow me up at 8:30. Then we have Angie, Angel_Johnson at, I believe, 9:30. And then Sip a Master General following it up at 10:30. So it's going to be super exciting. It's a lot of fun. I think we have Lit and Silent also signed up to join up. I think Nelson's going to be doing it in next coming weeks. So yeah, let's all try and show up there. I'll remind everyone tomorrow, but I really would love to get the Bardic Barrage out there, the community, the Marquee Gaming and Pip Squad, or whatever you guys want to call yourselves. Community. I think it'd be really fun to support each other, to support them, to support other DMs that he'll be interviewing, because that's what we do here. We like to build up the community. So that being said, check out our socials for ads on that. You can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, where we post up some of our older episodes, or at least trying to. And also feel free to join us in the Discord. We allow all of our content creators to post their own streams and their own creations. So we hype that up and have a lot of love and camaraderie there. So definitely a lot of fun. So I'm super excited for what's to come. And there's a lot of super fun projects in the pipeline that I can't wait to share with you guys. And I can't say anything yet. But tune in every week. You never know what's going to drop new on Fates United. So I think that being said, we will go ahead and start with all of our intros, both of our characters and their social medias. So starting off.
Sorry, my mic. Hi, I'm Deely. And I do art. And yeah, tomorrow I'm actually really excited. Even though I haven't DM'd since like, when did we get our dog? February. I'm really excited. And yeah, we'll answer questions. I don't know how it's gonna go, but I think it's gonna be fun. Yeah, but check me out on Instagram and Twitter. Lots of art. Just messing around, having a good time, and yeah.
What do you think?
Hi. I'm Rachel.
Hi.
Hey. I just tried to dual mark and I lost, so I'm sad about that. I'm still recovering. I do art as well on Pip 400 Art on Twitter and Instagram. I also draw on Mondays at 3:30 CST. I stream it at Marquee Gaming. It's always a good time. we always have some interesting discussions, and some people like to dump info on their games, which is always fun because I like to hear updates.
Except for about Fates, because she doesn't like when I talk about
I
Fates.
hate hearing about it. Can't stand
Give
it.
me all the spoilers, Mike.
Mike wants to give spoilers, but we say
so
no.
bad.
I say yes. Rachel, just don't watch the stream.
I won't. Yeah, and I also play Karis in Beacon's Aura, which is Sunday at 2 CST. It's a campaign that Mark runs. Apparently, Mark wants me to say it now because he wants to do special things in his intro instead.
Nice.
So guys should come to Marky Gaming on Sunday at 2 because it's a good time. And that's all I got.
I love it. Down at the bottom.
Hello, I am Jonathan. I play Kahurangi, and I am Dealey's husband, as the arrows so notably point out for everybody each and every week. And I am here to play and to have fun, and I am excited to see what happens and what surprises come our way. I like the additional arrows to make sure nobody is confused.
Oh, no confusion on this show. We don't
Hey,
ship
yes.
Meikai and Kaho, we ship D and John here.
Very nice. But yes, excited to be here. You can follow Dealey with her art that she's been doing. She's been making great strides this past year, and I imagine will continue to make more strides as she is enjoying trying to expand what she's doing. It's pretty awesome. So keep an eye out for what's to come, because she's working hard on stuff and she's doing a great job.
Keep blushing.
But yes, you can follow her at Dealey Spears on Instagram. I'm gonna pass it on.
Special stuff.
Hello. I don't know what I got special. I mean, I'm 4-0 right now against the chat and all the people, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. I don't know if it's going to last in game though for Zach, so we'll see. But I'm Mark. I also stream with Rachel in Pip up there on Marky Gaming. So yeah, come hang out with us. We enjoy you all so much, and it's fun.
And new emotes.
We have a new emote too for Rachel.
I
which is
figured
great.
one of y'all would announce the new emote, but nothing.
Rachel
I already
Rachel
forgot.
does have a new emote that she drew, and it's a picture of her face, and she looks adorable. And
And that's what happens when you guys sub to Marky Gaming. So make sure to show up on Mondays or Sundays and sub bomb them. And that's the kind of reactions you're gonna get.
we cannot unlock any more emote slots, so don't do that.
So there's no
Keep
point.
your money.
The most you'll get is me just doing this in real life.
The only way we can get more is partner,
bleeding.
and that's not even remotely possible right now. So don't do it.
Fantastic. And then last but not least, everyone, as you all have heard, we do have a merch store. Super exciting. We have stickers. And I'm not going to show off that sticker. That looks bad. We have stickers. That one got messed up yesterday. I spilled water.
Oh no.
It's all like... Okay, don't spill waters on our stickers, but we do have stickers. I'm going to shout it out that this is going to be the last week that we have the run of Pit 400 art official character ones, the ones that you see on screen. So make sure to pick them up while they get a chance. Otherwise, next week we're going to start our run of Dealey's official character portraits and her stickers. So I'm super excited about that, and we're going to jump into that as well. So I believe that's it, unless anyone has any further announcements before the repercussions begin. As we start Fates United, episode 16, Repercussions. Go ahead and get some music started here. Build the atmosphere, if you will. Yeah, I've actually had Groovy already going this time, so now I can just use the volume. So much quicker. Genius. But we jump back into our weekly game of Fates United. Joining back up with our narrator, up on the cliff, looking over the Centaurium and the fields below where the skirmish had just, well, in our Chosen's timeline, the skirmish had just happened. But as we look over an empty field, forests, the leaves have all turned nice time, to a wintry fold, all the leaves falling off of the trees. Looking over on the horizon, a brisk winter storm begins to enclose on the Centaurium. The fall leaves have all but fallen and turned to wintry brisk. The mornings grow colder and colder, as the sun brings only the reprieve from the cold. One of the young kids, the air genasi, shivers a bit. Winter's coming, isn't it, sir? Oh, indeed it is, indeed. Since you are all so eager to hear the story instead of being taught the important histories and subjects that you'll need to know here soon, let us continue, shall we not? He begins slowly walking back from this cliffside view over the kind of mountainside area, heading back towards the familiar schoolhouse that sits upon the pillars and the overlooking of the water. You can see dark clouds starting to come in off of the sea. Sounds of thunder and lightning rumbling off in the distance, but seem to fade as it gets closer. Yes. And as he sits down on a cold log, the first clouds begin to move in as the first snowflake of the year begins to fall upon the Centaurium. Well, that skirmish, that was just a taste of what our chosens were going to see in the future. To see all of our representatives together again on one battlefield. Mostly all fighting with respect and joy. It's a far call to what is to come. Next, well, they would learn another lesson. This one off the battlefield. There are always repercussions to one's actions, consequences to one's words. It's how you navigate them after a divide or a fight that dictates the results, however. Pay attention closely, children. You'll learn a lot from this one. And we jump into our game as it is just after the ending of the skirmish. Anir, Carlos, and Ergon on one team, being the last team to go down, taking the final strike from Kahu and of the team with Alana, Meikai, Anais, and Zachary. Zachary having already stormed off the field, following in the footsteps of Sir Carr, who was one of the first to go, and Sasha, who seemed to have quickly found her own way off the battlefield too. As the rest of our representatives kind of gather and join up on the stronghold or near it, Lady Nexus, you can see her eyes growing white, starts moving her hands and incantating something, and the fog slowly begins to disapparate. You all do notice the skies start to get cloudy though, or have been getting cloudy, and it seems to be getting a fluffier gray rather than the storms that you've seen. The trees have almost lost all of their green, and there's a few browns and yellows left, but a lot of the trees have lost most of their leaves. And there's a briskness in the air as you know it's been coming, but it feels like winter is right on the doorstep. Ricarius the Inquisitor, who has a very charming face, short brownish hair, red and gold regalia with a large lion's head on the shoulder piece, goes, and the winner of the first skirmish at the Centaurium, Alana's team. And they kind of just all gather, and kind of everyone else is clapping, and and you guys can now see all of the staff here kind of walking out from the tree lines at different places. Bricarius, the dean, but surprisingly, you also see some of the people of Rosewood joining in as well. It seems that this is kind of a big thing around here that kind of brings attention, has brought a few people down to witness this fight. But they kind of all congratulate you, and everyone, the different representatives are coming up, congratulating you on your backs and your shoulders. And Nier walks up to you, Kahu. That's pretty good, buddy. Hey, kind of puts out his hand to shake yours.
Yeah, I put mine out and shake it as well. Clever tactics.
I figured being one guy down, we had to figure out a way to be smart and outthink everyone, but you guys are just too powerful. I'm excited to see what we can do together going forward. And right as he says that, you feel a large stinging slap in your back. I got one shot on you. I got one. As Ergon kind of comes up. He's a large Goliath with very beautiful and ornate tattoos on him. Different affinities, and it's a very almost like flowery mosaic of stuff. It's very different from Goliaths that you would think about that have very like battle risen intimidating. This is more of a piece of art, as you know, their culture is a little bit more shamanistic. But he's kind of shaking you on your head. He's like, all right, I mean, you got the best one on this one, but I saw you the whole time, all right? And you kind of see the white feathered hawk with the blue puffs on his chest land on his shoulder.
Yeah, my small stature couldn't hide very well this time, could it?
Unfortunately not, but think how much us together in battle, our groups would make quite a force to be reckoned with.
Would definitely be something to second guess.
Carlos walks up to you, Maikai, and oh yeah, that was pretty impressive there. You showed Sasha. Yeah, one she was looking at. Poor thing about the kid over there, and he's kind of looking over. You see Joarston just kind of like shuffling his feet, and he's kind of like off on his own. He seems a little like disappointed because half of his teams ran off. But Marston, the woman that's with him as well, kind of seems to be comforting him a little bit and standing nearby and talking to some of the staff. And so yeah, I mean, do you think you might be able to train me sometime? Show me some of your moves.
Sure. I mean, since we have classes.
Hot gills. Or hot fiends. Sorry, messed that one up. Yeah. Alright, you're supposed to do it 3 times, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
2, 3. Okay.
Alright, yeah, it's a trying thing. Didn't you? And then what you guys do? No?
Nope.
Alright, yeah, that's alright. He kind of gets stolen away from one of the staff members that starts talking to him. And Anais, you start seeing a elvish woman slowly starting to make your way to you. She seems to have kind of caught your attention, but you're kind of like far away in the in the group if you want to try and dip out.
I have stuff over my ears. I still my little hood up. I've had it up the whole time. I know. I'm just telling you.
You definitely have, and I'm well aware of that. But yes, I'm well aware of that. Very good. Thank you for recalling that. But she still is making her way over to you as she sees that no one's really kind of engaging you at the moment.
Where's Bry?
Bry seems to be in a conversation with the dean about 6 feet from here. If you want to try and dip in with him. Dang it, Mike! What's up? She's invincible with the hood up. Didn't you know?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I would try to go walk by Bry. As soon as he came over, I probably would have wanted to try and find him.
So he goes, I mean, that was just splendid, don't you? Oh, speaking of which, Anais, dear, good job. That's fantastic. I was just telling the dean of the amazing possibilities of all of our representatives and everything they're going to be doing here. Aren't you? That was splendid. I'm sorry it was a little early, but you set up your team perfectly for that fight.
She sort of gives him a look, kind of like,
backhanded compliment. Yeah.
like, yeah, all right.
She's a fierce woman, a few words. The dean's just kind of standing there. He goes, right. Well, you did very good. I am impressed to see the abilities of all of our groups coming together. Excuse me, I have something to deal with, though, however. And he excuses from the group and kind of cuts off the Elvish Inquisitor before she gets to your group. And actually begins having a conversation with her as they kind of walk off away from the rest of the staff.
But I do, I'm poking Bry.
What? Yes?
What's the looking girlfriend saying?
You need to use your words, dear. I'm sorry. The expressions mean a lot of things with you.
She just signs. Did you already forget about the elvish person? She like signs that her hand is away from where she might be able to see her.
Right. I didn't realize you were talking about Lady Amaria. She's an inquisitor.
And she signs. So.
There's nothing to worry about with her. He kind of like walks you off a little bit from like the hear all. There's one person from Rosewood that goes, good job there. You did good. I liked it. He's like kind of just thumbs up and waves, gonna walk. All right, that's fine. Can I get an autograph later? All right, that's fine. And a couple more. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna buy you a drink in the background. Like, it almost seems to be a low-level celebrity status here. It's like all Rosewood really gets. It's really embarrassing. But Bri eventually kind of walks you off from the rest.
Chat's being so mean to me right now.
Stop looking at chat.
I have to put my hand like this.
Well, what are you worried about? I mean, I know she's an elf, but I'm an elf. Do you think she's part of the, I don't know.
She just signs. How are we supposed to know who's in it and who's not?
I mean, she's been with the Inquisitors for years now. She was there before anything happened to your family. I would assume. I mean, she's barely had any involvement with them, as far as I'm aware. I mean, it could be wrong. I can look into it if you want.
She signs how often do Inquisitors come to Centaurium? Because remember, there's still that thing where we found the notes, and it was from the Centaurium. We don't even know who did it.
That's true. I mean, to be honest, they're not often come here. They use the Centaurium sometimes for dispute or maybe breaks between their missions, but Inquisitors they are people who choose to take their life and separate themselves from one's culture, from who they are, to serve the greater good of the nations. They're kind of beyond each individual nation. I mean, at least that's the hope that we have for all of them. But I mean, I can understand why you're worried. I guess I have a few doubts myself.
More excited. I took it away for 1 second. I'm just minimizing it. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Okay. That's better than me putting my hand in front of it. What was the last thing he said? Last sentence. Sorry.
Just I was saying, like, basically I can look into it for you if you want. Something I'm not
and what
too
they
worried
do.
with it. Yeah.
Visitors. So she just signs.
Make a hood sticker next.
Just
All hail the great and glorious hood.
See, now you're getting distracted. It's hard.
I'll wait for you.
Okay, she just signs. I don't really. It's just hard to know, I guess. So you're saying she probably wasn't with the elves for a really long time?
I mean, from as far as I know, I'd be more than happy to ask Vicarious a little bit more about her. I haven't met her before. I'm assuming she's Lady Laeda's replacement, though.
She signs the replacement?
From what I've heard, Lady Laeda's not returning to the Centaurium currently. She's, I guess, was called back to New Organia or is resting there. I'm not quite sure the details. I haven't heard, just that she wasn't coming back to the Centaurium with the other two.
She signs. Should I just avoid her? I don't know what to do.
Well, what do you do with the rest of the people here? You be yourself,
Avoid
right?
them.
Oh, that's fair. Well, I mean, I can't really answer that for you. Not all elves are going to be evil. These are a minority extremist group in our entire culture. There are tribes, there are drow elves, there are moonish elves, wood elves, mountain elves. I mean, We are, though a dying and misunderstood race, we are quite full and have much difference between us. Unfortunately, that's kind of what's led to some of our issues. Is how diverse we are, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Talking about it, she seems to just sort of like shut down, and then she just signs, I'll just avoid her, I guess.
All right, well, I'll look into it. I'll ask Ricarius a few things. Might not hurt to get to know her too. I mean, eventually going to have to get to know elves to track down the people that have wronged us.
She sighs, I didn't think about that.
Anyways, let's talk about this later. Congratulations! This is exciting. You all did wonderful. I was very impressed with the communication and ability that the four of you, the five of you really, had.
She signs, yeah, I think everyone did a really good job. I got out really fast though, like usual. So I have to be even better now. I have to spend like more time than before training and running and fighting and shooting the bow. And she just like is like citing all these.
Right. Well, don't forget though, it's not all about the actions of one, but the results of the whole. Your sacrifice opened up a position where others were strong enough to finish the fight. Without the things that you started and your fighting in the beginning, I don't know if they would have had the same success. That's strength in itself, dear.
She just looks like she's thinking about it.
Okay, good. You think about that. And he sees Ricarius. He goes, "Oh, Ricarius, hold on 1 second, please. Are you good? Go have fun with your friends. I don't see Zachary around, but you know, Kaho's having fun. He's chatting up with everybody, and Meikai's there."
Anais just kind of like nods, and I'll probably wait till he's gone, and then she's still gonna duck away because she doesn't want to be around the Inquisitor.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And she's gonna go leave.
Definitely. So yeah, he starts catching up with Ricarius, and you actually now didn't see him before. You haven't seen him this whole time, but Raylund is just standing there talking to Ricarius, and you're just like a double take, like a shadow that just appeared, and you're like, that was weird. Kind of like shivers down your spine when you see him. But yeah, so everyone's kind of congratulating you. A bunch of the Rosewood people are kind of coming up trying to talk to you, Meikai and Kahu, but what are you guys up to? Is there any conversations you want to have here, or is it just kind of, do you want to find conversations outside of this moment?
I want to see what Alana's doing.
Currently Alana is, she was talking to Ascarius, and some of the especially a lot of the Rosewood people who know her as like kind of the new queen of Organia, a little bit of a celebrity. So there's definitely a big group around her, but she kind of like finished with that conversation. It looks like she's heading over. She's looking around for someone, but then ends up talking to Anir at the moment.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just stand kind of near Kahu, but not right next to him, and I'm just here, like you said. Not just kind of looking around.
So you're not engaging anybody at the moment?
No.
Okay.
I'm super closed off to it, but I'm also like maybe people will come talk to me, but I also don't want to, and I'm like messing with the bow and dusting invisible dust off.
All right, so I'm literally sitting here trying to figure out where's the points for Twitch, because I forgot to turn off the redemption points things. I can't find it. Did it move?
That is under
Viewer
the
rewards,
viewer
okay.
rewards.
All right, yeah, cool. Thank you, appreciate it. like moved it down to the bottom. All right. Anyways, Kahu, are you doing anything specific?
For now, I'm just chatting with everybody that's in the area, catching up with some of the villagers. If any more, some of the villagers I've visited before when I was enjoying the food that was there.
Sure. Yeah. The quarry master's here. His wife has come up. You see Laura and Travis, who are Trevere, I think, who are the tailor people. You also see a priest that is there as well. Someone of the garb. But yeah, no, they all just kind of like just normal kind of congratulations and, you know, kind of you looked good out there kind of talk. Nothing specific. So.
Yeah, so for now, that's all I'm doing. I mean, if I want deeper conversations, this isn't the time for it.
Yeah, sure. All right, so slowly the group begins to disperse. Things start quieting down. There is a large feast for the day back in the dining hall, kind of like a reception, celebratory thing. It's kind of all just like, you know, easy come and go grab, but it's really nice food that's set out. A lot of danishes and candies and cookies and good warm kind of comforting food for the day. A lot of ales, things as well. So as you guys slowly begin to head back towards the Centaurium, Zachary, you had first left them. So as all these conversations were having taken place. Perfect timing for the music. I love this. Sirkar had quickly left off. Sasha. You didn't get a chance to really see Sasha or her expression when you left. But where are you heading when you're coming back?
Just going back to the school grounds.
Sure.
And doing a scan. So basically, I'm looking for Sasha, or if I see Ricarius there, I would do that too, but I know he's not there, so.
Sure. Go ahead and give me either, I guess we'll say perception.
14.
No sign of Ricarius. You kind of start putting two and two together. He's probably back at the field still. You can hear some things getting broken and crashing in the armory currently. There's someone's having a bit of a temper tantrum. You kind of, as you're walking by, you look and you see Sirkar, who's just decimating training dummies, and taking out his frustrations in the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna avoid him, so.
Sure. You go back to the residence hall. Pretty quiet there. You kind of eyeing for the rooms. But as you head back and start walking into the garden, you can hear soft sounds of an ocarina playing. Just right at the edge of the garden. And you kind of walk around one of the bushes, and there is Sasha, who is playing in front of one of the statues.
Any statue in particular?
Without looking at my notes, I don't. Not particularly.
Okay. So I'll just kind of.
There's not an ASMR in the statues, right? If I don't, pretty sure I didn't.
Think you said there
either
was one.
I didn't think so. I think in ASMR was one of the people that. Never mind. Anyways, yes.
Okay.
There's not one of the statues.
Just in the statues playing. Okay.
Yeah. We'll say it's the human one.
Okay. So I'll kind of
Looking
walk
at the
forward
Yes.
and just say, I've been practicing with the one you gave me.
Kind of stops playing. You see tears kind of dried on her cheek. Her eyes are puffy. She looks like she has not been sleeping well. Looks tired. And she just kind of looks you over and doesn't say anything.
want to sit down? And I'll kind of walk over towards the bench.
She's already sitting down on a bench, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll come sit by her then.
She just stays quiet. Seems to be looking the other direction.
What's going on? I'm very confused.
What do you want, Zachary?
I mean, it seems like you have a problem with me, but I don't know why.
Just broke up with me over a letter. Now you come talking to me? After I get embarrassed by the ones and your best friends that you've chosen a path with? What are you? I don't know. I don't understand, Zach. What are you here for?
What do you mean broke up with you over a letter?
You left me that letter. How am I supposed to? How am I supposed to react after that? You couldn't have been a man and just come to me straight to face and talk to me?
What do you think I'm doing right now?
A little late for that.
What? This happened last night. It's just less than a day later. What?
Yeah, you wrote me a letter instead of talking to me? We've
It
known
was
each
in the
other
middle
since
of the night.
We've known each other since we were children, Zachary. We've been together, what, for almost 2 years now? You know everything about me. And then you just leave. You just leave me in Celestia. Just up and going without telling me anything. And now here, yet again, you're telling me one day that you want to be together, that nothing's changed. And then the next day, I wake up to a letter under my door that you've chosen a future with your new best friends for a pact to fight darkness that you haven't even talked to me about. What is that all about? You haven't told me anything that's happening to your sisters? Is that where you brought Anais? Did she meet your sisters?
I didn't bring an ice anywhere.
Where'd you guys go?
I went to where I needed to go, and she went with Bri to do something.
Okay. Guessing it's to fight darkness? Something?
Why are you even here then if you're not here to fight darkness?
I'm here to replace my father one day. I'm here for Celestia's best interest.
And you think that fighting darkness is not part of that?
I never said I won't fight. But what's happened to you within, what, less than a month? That all of a sudden you're now made a pact with them that you're going to risk your life and do everything with them. You never asked me. You didn't come to me. I wasn't part of any conversations. Could have been at your side helping you all along, but I don't know.
I think
I
you're
guess.
forgetting a lot of things because I asked you to come to the top of the mountain where there was darkness. In that letter, I said, do you want to join this journey with us or do you want to not?
I don't know what journey this is, Zachary. And she kind of stands up. To do what? You haven't told me anything. You haven't been open about anything with me. It's like you have these little secrets with them. I don't know you anymore. How am I supposed to choose that journey with you after a stupid letter? I'm hurt. That's all. Look, I'm just... I know you, Zach. I know you have good intentions right now. You have a heart of gold, and that's why I She's like stopped short of saying a certain word. Why I was with you.
Was?
Yeah. Was. You obviously have new priorities in life. And this is all being a really big distraction for me right now. I'm not even supposed to know you here. Everyone, Meikai included, is walking up knowing all of my business. She knew we were dating. She's the one that called me out for sitting out here reading in the garden when I saw you and Anais walking to the tower. Basically called me a stalker.
You followed us?
I didn't follow you anywhere, Zachary. I was out here reading. I saw you. Sorry you didn't see me. That's kind of been the story of your life the past month, hasn't it?
I mean, honestly, I don't see anything, but...
Clearly.
So, are you saying you don't want to be with me anymore?
Start seeing tears like falling, forming up and falling on her cheek. What I want and what's right now is different. We're not how we used to be. You're closed off, you're distracted, you're obviously... And I'm not mad that you're choosing this path. I trust you have your own reasons. I think it's just obvious I don't have a place in them. I have responsibilities. That's what I have to focus on. That's my path. What happens when I go back to Celestia? Are you not coming with me? Are you going to be out adventuring with your group?
Why are you mocking me for what I'm trying to do?
I'm not mocking you.
Sounds like it.
I'm hurt. Zach? We
You
chose
don't
each
think
other
I'm
over
hurt right
everything
now?
else. Then what? Why are you choosing this path? Tell me now. Or can you not?
If the darkness wins, we lose everything.
You don't think everyone else here is fighting darkness too? Why those three? Why not all of us?
I literally keep asking you to join us.
And yet, I never come with you anywhere. You don't tell me anything that's going on.
I've told you basically everything.
I can tell when you're lying, Zachary. You're hiding stuff from me. I've known you
Hiding
all
stuff
our
from
life.
everybody.
We can't lie from each other.
I'm hiding stuff from everybody, not just you. And that's how it's gonna be.
Yeah, what I figured. I don't want to be with someone that's hiding things from me. There shouldn't be any secrets in a relationship, Zachary. And if you have them, whatever the reasons, then you're not ready to be with someone. Not me, at least.
If you cannot respect my boundaries right now, then it's probably best then. I'll pull out the ocarina. Do you want this back?
No, that's yours. I'm not throwing away what we had. Just realizing where we're going is in two different directions.
I hope not.
Well, I can go back to pretending like you don't know me. Anything else?
Yeah, he's just got nothing to say. He's just looking down, very sad.
Give me an insight check.
11.
Yeah, you're looking down, you just see her footsteps start walking away. And you're alone. You can slowly start hearing the murmurs of a crowd coming in from the forest, heading towards the Centaurium grounds. It seems like everyone from the skirmish grounds are starting to come back. What are you doing?
I think Zach would. I think he'll retreat into the archives and go look for a book about Celestia, and just kind of sit in the back with that.
You open the door, and Sir Markoth. What do you want? Oh, Zachary, sorry. You come in all the time. Can I help you with anything?
Hi. Just looking for a book.
Skirmish already over?
Yep.
Yeah, I hate those things anyway. Brutes
Me
that
too.
fight are weaker than those with the mind.
Yeah.
He kind of pauses, kind of seeing like your emotional state, and you just kind of see this awkward like this decision not to say anything about it. Do you need help finding the book, boy?
No, I know where it is.
All right. And he kind of sits down and just lets you go to the back. Fantastic. So you have your chicken soup and Celestia book in the back. So no, definitely an emotional scene between you two. As we're heading back, so all of you all kind of slowly heading back. Anais, you can see Bricarius and Ricarius talking to each other. Bri and Ry. The elf actually joins them in conversation at one point. Ry kind of like pulls her over, and they're all talking together. You don't see Rayland. You thought he was with Ricarius earlier, and he's just like not there right now. Makai, Carlos has kind of like joined you as like you're walking, and y'all just kind of like shooting the wind and talking a bit. Kahu, you and Ergon coming back. You guys are free to do what you want. It's a jovial afternoon. The cold is starting to hit, so people are starting to put on, like some furs and some, thicker coats and robes. You do notice a flake or two starting to fall on the ground. Anais, that really takes your attention as you kind of look up, and it's weird. You're so accustomed to thunder and lightning, but there's a familiarity also with this storm, even though it's turning to cold, and just it feels familiar still. Kahu, what are you up to?
Yes.
So I'm walking through the grounds. Sir Socrates still kind of destroying stuff.
At this point, he's about done, and if you're anywhere near the armory, he's kind of starting to cover up his damage. Might be able to see like a dummy, like him like still repairing one of the dummies. Seems to have calmed down. I mean, you didn't know what happened before, but
I gotta go put my training spear back, so
Oh, yeah, we have all our stuff.
yeah, I'm gonna go in and put my training stuff away.
He looks over, sees you guys, rolls his eyes, and seems to kind of like just stay in his own corner away from you.
So suck read.
Sure, what?
It was a good match. It was unfortunate that our leader was who she was.
Sure.
She knew you.
Yeah. It wasn't Alana that got me. It was an unfortunate blind side. It was a
It was a blind side, but it was tactics that gave the opportunity.
Sure.
You've been in war before.
Kind of turns. I have.
Sometimes the best fighters go down to the strangest things. I've seen it. I've seen those who are the strong and the leaders dropped by a stray flight of arrows.
Trying to get, okay, there we go. I was trying to get the volume in between 41 and 31. Sometimes that's your moments of opportunity.
It is.
Alana was just lucky she had the combination of fighters that she did. Sure, I would have won if I was leading a crew too. I had children on mine.
It's unfortunate that sometimes children are forced to go to war as well.
I guess. Where they prove their worth, though. Otherwise, they grow soft, living into their old age without having to see the battlefield. I think everyone should see the battlefield. Everyone's true character is found. At least that's what I was taught.
Have you been to a live battlefield yourself, though?
I have. That's what we do.
What'd you skirmish against?
All the skirmishes were against other humans, but, you know, we have to protect the borders of all in the Divide. Anytime stray elves came through trying to barbarically get their land back, creatures rising up from the darkness out of their own despise were called all around. Even the damn dwarfs fell under our side. You think you could have taken them all on by yourself? They fought two fronts. Their attention was divided. We even had a few skirmishes with the Kalishtar. I think a few times people confuse them with the elves. Pointy ears and all.
Most of my people are quite lithe. I could see it.
Still respectable on the battlefield, I guess. So, what is this? Is this congratulations? Are you rubbing it in? I'm confused.
No. Just... I want to get to know people here. If I leave here not having gained anything, then what was my point of coming? Everybody has something. You most certainly have a lot to offer.
Persuasion check. I literally was going to do it at disadvantage, and I was like, man, there's a reason for advantage and disadvantage. I'll just make it a flat roll for you.
Okay, okay. That's not horrendous. Where we at? 16.
16. Well, for one to defeat me in battle, I guess I have to tip my hat. Fortunately, it wasn't one-on-one, though.
Well, if I was to be a smart fighter, I don't think taking you on one-on-one is the smart choice to make.
There's a small grin that he can't help but show after that. He, puffing smoke up him a little bit. Well, you're not wrong.
Next time, if I see you down on the bar, I'll get you a round of drinks. They'll be on me.
Sure. Can't pass that up either. And then, Meikai, that's about the time you come in.
I'm not saying anything. I am just putting my stuff away.
Quite impressive, Kingslayer. Showed your skills quite efficiently taking down the children.
I didn't realize you considered yourself a juvenile.
Oh, you slay me, woman. There seems to be a little bit of respect now. It's still a little cold, but with your passive insight, you can tell he seems to be in a little better mood. The Kahu talk kind of seemed to got him there a little bit, but still.
Honestly, I was the most concerned about you out there, so gotta take down the biggest threat.
A little bit of a backhanded compliment. Can't say you're not wrong. I'll still be watching my back. And as he's like starting to walk out, he kind of turns to you and goes, I mean, did make Sasha cry and all. And just walks out.
Okay.
Honestly, I think you took that better than I expected.
I thought he was going to punch me in the face.
It's right about this point when you just see the training dummy go and just fall apart. And like a few other things. You could tell like things got destroyed in here before you got here. Yeah. Is that you, Go? Meikai? You see Garen walk in.
Hi.
Yeah. That was mighty impressive out there.
Thanks.
Kind of be interesting to see what the two of you can do with one of my weapons in your hand.
I actually need to talk to you about that.
Yeah, funny enough.
You see him look around. Come with me. You see, like, you can see like stragglers walking out and kind of in ear sight. He ends up walking kind of slowly. He's got this like gait, just like really chill, like nothing can ever rush him. But this is the Earth Genasi, who's got a bit of an underbite and just kind of a calmness to him. You notice a very fine dagger at his side. But he takes you out back to kind of his smithing area on the back side of the armory where kind of it's a little closed off from everything else. Yeah, so I guess I'll let you go first. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I found more of those purple crystal things.
Really? Let me guess. Huh. Was it in a cave? Maybe with a pool in it?
Yes.
Well, gosh darn it. Things never surprise me. I had a dream you guys did the other night.
What?
Yeah. I had this weird dream, almost like a vision. Beautiful weapons. I could tell. I think I had worked on them. So that's what I was going to tell you. I had some ideas for weapons for y'all. I needed more of those purple gems.
What do you remember of the dream?
I mean, it was pretty foggy. Kind of just flashes of y'all fighting. some crazy monster or whatnot of shadow, but you guys had a, spear in hand and some sort of circular daggers. It was a sight to behold.
Interesting.
Why do you say that?
Well,
I mean, it's just a dream, of course.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just because it was right before the skirmish. I mean,
Possibly. Sometimes get my best inspiration right before a big fight.
true.
So let me
Were
see
we
these
fight-
gems that you got there.
Oh, they're in my room.
Sorry, just a little excited to get right working on it. You can see that he's actually been kind of melting and purifying the ore and kind of the metal gems, getting ready to start working on stuff.
There's some
I
stuff
can
in my
go-
room as well. We can go get it and be back in a minute.
Yeah.
If you want, of course.
Sure. Yeah, let's go do that, Kahu. Unless you're starving, and then we can go eat. I
Grab
have a
stuff real
pocket.
quick. It'll be but a moment.
Okay.
You guys go grab the stuff from the room?
Yes.
You guys talking at all while you're doing it, or just kind of quick grab and come back?
Yeah, I think on our way there.
Meike's gonna hear in her mind. His dream seemed quite accurate to what actually occurred.
And I'm gonna think I can respond to you, yes?
Yes, I have set
Okay.
such up.
Okay. Yes, I was going to say that I don't know if we should bring the weapons as well, or what we should do in that regard.
I think I'm going to bring mine, but it's also a pretty busted up weapon, so
That is true. Hmm. I'll bring mine too, I think. Gauge his reaction. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I think that's good. Right? I don't.
good as anything else I know.
Hmm. Also get a coat. It's cold out here.
It's starting to get there. Not as cold as some of the high seas can get.
You're a walking space heater, so I can feel like sweat and just take a step back.
She said you're hot.
I'll go get the stuff. I'll meet you out.
Sounds good. I'm gonna grab my stuff in my room and then head back.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Kind of come back and you kind of see him. He's hammering away at another piece, kind of refining something else that he's working on.
Garrick.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Kind of takes off his apron that he's got going. Takes off the gloves. Yeah, you said you
Well-
found the gems.
And other things.
We found the gems and we found some rusted equipment up on the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's see.
Pull out my
Lay it
spear.
down.
Yeah, lay it down.
Kind of looking at y'all really weird when you do this. Crack my rocks. That's exactly what I saw in my dream. Where'd y'all get these from?
The same in the cave.
So y'all, wait. So what I saw, you guys actually did?
I don't know exactly, but we found them up there with the rocks.
Interesting. What were you doing up there?
The druids up there requested our help and our assistance.
Mm-hmm.
Those I don't know, they call them owl people.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Yeah, that is them.
yeah. I made a mistake when I first came here. I tried throwing a dagger at an owl one time. Turned into a guy. I was like, whoa. Try not to get rid of them owls around here, that's for sure. That was a surprise.
Yeah, not the best. Really
I'm glad I learned that before I threw something at him first.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they were an infestation at the time. I mean, there are real owls around here, don't get me wrong. I just chose the wrong one. But, alright, well, interesting. What was wrong with the druids? What was happening? I mean, this is...
I'm pretty sure it was tied to whatever was happening down in the quarry.
Mm-hmm. Same kind of thing, I guess.
Alright. Like, talking about the darkness?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow, I'm really mighty impressed if that's something you guys could fight. That's the mountain, the quarry, and the skirmish now, huh? Oh, some low-key celebrities around here, I can tell you that much.
Let's not make ourselves actual celebrities, though, if we can
Yeah.
avoid it.
I don't need the accolades.
I mean, actions speak louder than words around here. I'm not one to fluff up some stuff, but... Oh, anyways. He's like looking at the gear. Regardless, I think I could do some really cool stuff to these things. Is that what you guys want?
Yeah, I only ask maybe don't flaunt or show them off. I don't want people like
It's not my
getting
style.
jealous. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not my style.
I mean, I look at these weapons and they look quite flashy. I wouldn't mind something more
Yeah.
subdued.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's some nice material. It's kind of hard to subdue crystal gems, you know? Well, not crystal gems, but, you know. Or,
Right, but I mean, if you look at the haft of this thing, like, look at the lattice work in there. That's just...
I mean, sure.
That's gonna turn eyes.
Also just a sign of a good blacksmith, that's all.
That's true.
That's true, but you know it's the sign of a great blacksmith.
What?
Their
Okay.
initials.
I mean, I could put my initials on there, sure. Is that all you want? Just initials on it?
A
Could you
finely
like
crafted weapon, to the best of your ability. I'm happy to be here to help and assist however I can.
could you like arrange like the little purple gems like a tree, like a wisteria tree, and make it like
Yeah, I like her. She's got vision. She's artistic. You know, blacksmithing's my art. It's what I do. I pour my soul into it. Can't just give you a shtick with a pointy end on it.
I mean, you could, and he'd probably be very happy with it.
Yeah, well, that's something I'll give to Sir Carr. How's that?
Sounds good.
Did you see what he did to my armor?
No.
He was not
Well,
a happy
kind of.
camper.
I'm glad I wasn't here. I was been very nervous around him.
Yeah, I don't think he knew I was here either. Cool. Well, yeah, I'll start working on it. Kyle, if you wanted to help me, I know you want to learn.
Absolutely.
Sure. I'll let you work on your spear. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I saw a few different variations. What did you want?
Spear is what I know. I like it because it's... Though it can be used to protect yourself, it's also used to feed.
That's fair. That's fair. I like that. Sure. And make how you... I've never seen anything quite like that. Like circular, but able to reposition it.
blades.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, it's going to be complicated with some hinge work, but it's like I feel like I've done this before. I don't know. It's just a neat feeling to have.
Inspiration.
Well,
Do as you see fit.
fantastic. I'm excited. I'm sure excited. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I was happy just using the wooden and training weapons, but
Nah, it's time to upgrade, y'all.
and please keep whatever the extra. Just keep it. I don't know what I need it for.
We'll see. I get a feeling you're going to be using quite a most of it, but yeah, I'll see if there's any extra.
Okay. I don't know how to repay you. I could try to help with this, but
Nah.
I'm not.
No repay needed. I find joy in what I do. Shoot, if someone called me a chosen of blacksmithing, I'd be the chosen of blacksmithing, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. That's. And you're here. That's. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I've been working on it for a long time now. I mean, 80 plus years now, so.
I thought you were like maybe 50.
Oh, stop it. You see a few cracks in his skin that like you think is maybe like a blush? That's too sweet of you, darling. Well, anyways, why don't you guys go have fun? You guys are the champions of the day, so there'll be a lot of eyes on you. Go get something to eat.
You're not needing my help tonight.
Yeah, you come back afterwards. It's fine. I'll be here late.
All
Takes a
right.
lot of prep work to get everything started going and make molds and all that.
I will be back.
All right. You kind of see him like excitedly put on his apron, type everything. He's like getting all of his station real prepped. He's super excited about it. This is like the most emotion you've seen from him yet.
I think we made him really happy.
I think he is quite excited. He has passion. It's
Yeah.
a good thing. I need to learn from him.
Well, let's go get you some food.
Good job in that fight, Makai.
Thanks. Alana wanted to win, and I didn't want her disapproving visage to just be a constant until the next skirmish, so.
You fought to avoid her disappointment.
Yeah. What did you fight for? Fun?
Learn? Is that not what a skirmish is for?
I didn't really want to be here in general, so I mean, I wasn't really looking forward to it necessarily because, you know, my nickname and all of that. I feel like I might have freaked out more people and kind of earned that name even more in front of them, in their eyes, if you know what I mean.
Well, as Garrick said, actions speak louder than words.
It's true. I think I scarred that tiny child.
How about Joe Austin?
Yeah. I feel like he's going to be watching his back.
You should talk to him about books. He likes the one about heroes.
I have a lot of books like that I've read, so
Sure, he'd be fascinated by any stories from where you come from.
yeah. I still need to track down. Alright, let's keep going.
All right, so you
We're
guys
gonna head to dinner.
head back to
Yep.
the dining hall. There's loud commotions, and seems like even more of the people of Rosewood have come up for the free food and dining. Those that didn't care about the fight, but care about the results, or at least just care about having a fun time. It seems like a big event that the Centaurium kind of is now putting on in combination with Rosewood. You can actually now see, as you walk in as well, make sure I'm getting his name right. Sir Baron, right? Why is it not on here? Varys, sorry. The leader of the Inquisitors, blue-skinned, kind of golden eyes, kind of standing there. He's got an interesting symbol. It's like almost like a triangle with dots, like on his forehead. Very faint in gold, but he has his golden armor on, and he's kind of standing there talking to the Dean and Alana, and you see Anir and Ergon and Carlos over into the other side, and they're talking to the people. And Anais, what are you up to?
So I am avoiding people. So I am not in that room.
Figured.
I probably, like, just because of how awkward things have been, I think Anais would be, like, pretty concerned for Zach, especially since he was, like, rain clouds before the battle. So I would, like, be looking for him and see if I could spot him before I do anything else.
Where are you looking? Would she have any thought to look in the archive?
Well, he goes there all the time, so potentially. I guess it just depends on what you want me to do with that. It's not
Yay, perception roll with
cheating.
advantage.
I'd look at like runes first and stuff, but 22.
Okay. Yeah, you go to the residence hall. No one there. Kind of army passing by. You didn't think it'd be the garden. No, not there. You're like definitely not going to be in the dining room or anything. You do a quick glance in the temple. There's a crying Sasha. Do you do anything?
No. I just close the door.
Like a really loud door that closes. But you now are heading kind of over towards the tower because you still haven't found Bry either. You figured he's probably in the dining area, but anything to go look in the archive. And this is right about the time when Sir Markoth is walking out. He's got a cane, kind of has like a bad back or like a bad gimp to him. What do you want, child?
She writes, like, rips out her notebook and just writes, Zach? Question mark.
In the back. I don't know what happened to him. Poor kid's brokenhearted or something.
Her eyes just get kind of big and
What it's like to be young. He just starts like gimping off.
Okay. So yeah, she'll go find him, I guess.
Really quiet as you open the door. And looking around, there's a few candles on, but you can kind of see the flicker of candlelight and like the those crystal lights in the back. They kind of like radiate over the some of the bookshelves, and you hear like a rustling of a page in the back.
Okay. Are you crying?
I mean, I don't think he's like sobbing or bawling or anything.
What
but-
are you doing, Mark?
He probably looks like he has had some tears. He's not like straight up crying, but
I mean, Markoth was in here too. He's not. I mean,
yeah.
You never know.
Few
Sometimes you just can't
teardrops.
control it.
Maybe a couple drops on the table, you know.
Oh.
a little
Yeah.
lower lip. Yeah.
The hiccuping, like.
Oh, that was the
and
worst.
take a breath. That's the worst.
The worst.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know how engrossed you are, but I would probably like peek my head around the corner.
I rolled a 1.
His
That is
eyes
so
zoned
Zach.
out looking at a book. Seems to have like a page that hasn't turned. And he's definitely not reading the book.
Okay. I would like write something while I'm unseen. And then like just like sit down across from him and like slide the book into his point of view.
Oh, hi, Anais. When did you get here?
15 minutes ago when I
Like,
wrote this
I've been
novel.
watching you. She's like points at the table, like
I'll look down, read the note.
she says, "Are you okay?"
Sasha just doesn't want to be with me anymore, I guess. She's mad at me. Because I don't know. I don't know what I did. But
She like takes it back and then she writes, "I thought you wrote a note to her. Did that not help?"
I think it made it worse. She seemed very mad after I wrote her a note.
She writes, "What'd you say?"
That, I mean, I still want to be with her, but that I feel like I have to be on the path to fight darkness, and that you three also have joined me on this path. And I asked her if she wanted to come and join the path with me too. And then she got really mad. Said I was keeping secrets and I wasn't, I don't know, saying things.
She writes, "Doesn't she know about your family?" I thought she did.
She knows something's going on. She doesn't know exactly what, though, I don't think.
She writes, "Are you a bad liar or a good one?"
I mean, I don't usually try to lie. I told her I can't tell her because, like, my parents said not to. I have to listen to what they told me. I'm not doing it to hurt her.
She just like writes, "I'm sorry that she doesn't get it. Maybe unless you're in a situation like what you're in, it's hard to understand." And then underneath it just says, "I kind of get it though."
Yeah. I appreciate that.
She just writes, "Maybe she needs time." I don't really know relationships though, so
I don't think I do either. But maybe it's for the best. Maybe she's safer if she stays away from me.
she writes, "Well, you really want to reveal a few things." And she kind of looks at him as like she'll point to it, like she doesn't want to write chosen, but she'll write, "You want to reveal a few things in time anyway, so maybe then she might get it."
Maybe.
And Ice writes, "Well, is there something that will make you feel better?"
Just thinking about home. The good memories. It's been a while since I've actually felt happy. My sister getting better was good, but
She writes, "I haven't been happy in a bit too." What's your home like?
Nice. Beautiful. It's almost always perfect weather. What would make you happy?
She writes nothing.
Nothing? I don't think that's true.
She looks weirdly really emotional suddenly. It like just came over her like a wave. And she just writes, I don't think I can anymore.
You don't think you could be happy anymore?
She writes, and if I did, it would feel wrong. And then she writes, it wouldn't be fair if I could be happy and they never could.
Yeah. You ever wonder if you're cursed or something? It's like, I feel like I might be.
She writes, I don't know if I couldn't not look at my situation and not kind of wonder that sometimes. She writes, why do you think you are?
Because I have to watch everybody around me get hurt.
She writes, they are alive though.
Who?
Your family? And then she writes, was that who you were talking about or someone else?
That's awkward when you can say it. Now you gotta write it.
I don't know. I don't know if they're alive or dead. I think that's the worst part, is I have no idea what's happening. No one does.
She writes, you haven't been able to check in with them?
It's been 10 months since I've seen anybody but my sisters.
She writes, that's a long time.
Yep.
She writes, is it bad for you to check in on them like they told you no?
Yeah, I was told stay hidden, no contact. They'll get me when they can. I want to go back so badly, though. But I'm worried about what I'd find.
She writes, is there some way we could figure out how to know? Maybe we could ask Bry. He knows a lot of people, I think.
My family has money, and we got everybody involved, and we never got an answer. I don't think anybody get helped. I think I'm just cursed.
She writes, if you can't tell me, it's okay, but all I know about this is that you think someone's trying to kill you. What does that have to do with money? Is it trying to track down the person trying to kill you?
Yeah, to figure out who or what's doing this to my family.
How many other siblings do you have?
9.
Sure, it's more than me.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Shreds, are you the oldest?
Yeah.
Shreds, I thought you acted like it.
I mean, you're the oldest too, right?
She nods.
I don't know what it would be right now, but I want to help you try to make something good out of your situation and bring you some happiness. I don't know what it would be, but I want to do it. I want to try.
And Ice writes, that's really nice of you to say. I think I need to take care of the people responsible. And I need to take out the larger threat behind this, like you talked about. And maybe then it won't happen to anyone else. Then
I'm
at
with
least
you in
my
this.
soul can rest. She writes, I told your sisters, but... And this might seem a little... I mean, I know I don't know you very well. But... I will protect your family. I couldn't protect mine, but maybe I can protect yours. Somehow.
If you're willing to help my family, then you are part of my family then.
That's really nice. Yeah, she her eyes get really big and you might even see a little tear and then she just looks down and then you just writes thanks.
I have your back and eyes.
And she writes, I have yours too.
Mike.
Sorry.
Too soon.
The wound is still there. Yeah, just let me know what I can do to help you, and I will.
She writes, this elf is freaking me out. Bri said that she's fine because she's an inquisitor. But I just don't know who I'm supposed to trust right now.
I have some ins with the Inquisitors. Maybe I could do some asking around.
She writes, that might be good. I don't really want to talk to her till I know. I also think someone might have been in on this in the Centaurium. So I'm trying to avoid everyone as much as I can.
Wait, why? Who do you think would be... what happened to your family?
She nods. She writes, so when I brought the notes that you found to Bry, I thought he had maybe donated them because they were donated from the Centaurium, but he didn't know they were here. Somehow, my dad's research notes, recent research notes from the dig only a few months ago, ended up donated from the Centaurium into Rosewood's bookshop.
That's interesting. When did it happen to your family again?
She writes 2 months ago, I think.
So this is right before that?
She nods.
So Bri didn't give the books?
She
Somebody
writes,
else had your
Brian
dad's
never,
books.
she writes, Brian never even had these notes. He didn't even know they existed.
It's weird.
She writes, so that makes me worried that someone from the Centaurium helped somehow, was in on this. She writes, Bri even took the notes and we went to the palace to try and figure out some guy named Dravar. Maybe he had an in with the cult. But then Bri realized that he was dead. And she writes, and she starts to write, and he died a year ago, and then the pen just stops. And then she just looks up and like is staring at you.
He died a year ago. What?
There's like pieces clicking together, and then she writes, and then she starts kind of scribbling, and then she's like, wait. In my dad's notes, he said he stayed with a guy named Dravar, and that was 4 months ago. But Bri's records said that Dravar died a year ago of a heart attack.
That's weird. What notes was he reading from?
She writes some older arcane script thing. I guess it was a way to protect research from other people. But he's not, he wasn't dead 4 months ago if Dad wouldn't have stayed, or his dad stayed with him.
Nice, give me an intelligence roll.
Intelligence roll.
For an eyes.
Oh, just
Just an eyes.
All right.
11.
11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, seemed pretty official, but yeah, it was an arcane runes. You didn't. It's hard to figure out what the book was.
Yeah.
But it seemed pretty official with Arcanist Turin and Brickhair.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't
Yeah,
just like,
all the notes did.
Well, some of them were like
think.
handwritten, like offhand notes. Like your dad's and Brickhair's, a lot of theirs is like research notes. This is my notebook. This seemed official.
Yeah.
This seemed like part of the city or sanctioned.
Okay.
So just wanted to make that distinction between the two.
Okay. She'll even write, it seemed official.
Okay. You're sure the notebook is your dad's? Like 100% it's his.
It looked like his handwriting and stuff, didn't it, Mike?
For what? Sorry.
Then Kellum's journal, his notes.
Yeah, you're saying that was
It
his.
looked like his handwriting.
Yeah,
he's just like asking, "Are you sure it was his?" It seemed like his voice in the notes and his handwriting and things.
Yeah,
like
based
that.
on your look at it, it seemed familiar. Looked like his notes. He didn't pick up on anything that would make you feel like someone else is trying to forge it or anything. Like it'd be a really good forge, and based on what you've read, you don't see any reason for a forgery that way.
Okay. She writes,
I think you rolled really well when you were examining the notes, right?
I think I did, yeah.
Yeah.
She writes, I'm pretty sure it was him. He always liked to dedicate all the research to us. It was his little signature.
So that means there's either someone else named Dravar. The notes about him dying a year ago are wrong. Or someone's pretending to be him.
Getting good at poker faces.
She writes, I don't even know much about Lightus at all. I don't know how they operate. I don't know if he would have been a part of it, or if do they kill people and replace them with their own? I have no idea. We were removed from that.
I mean, if it's anything like what I experienced, there's a lot of deception. So I'm thinking maybe one of the last two options.
She writes, what was it? It was either he's got like he's pretending to be someone else, or
Yeah, whoever your dad was with in the notebook is not actually Dravar, or history was written wrong in those notes.
oh yeah. She writes, are you feeling okay? I could always bring Bri here. And she pulls out a rock, like a little rock, to tell him.
To tell him what?
She points to the notebook, like,
About what I think? Oh, what you read, yeah. I mean, if you trust him.
she writes, I trust him. She writes, his son got killed by the same cult. But no one knows, so.
So this cult just kills people.
She writes, they need to go.
They need to stop what they're doing.
She just tops, they need to go.
Yeah, if you want to talk to Bri, we can go.
She writes, if you don't want to leave yet, I can just have him come here.
No, I'm fine. And I'll close the book.
She actually starts tearing out pages from their conversation, and she hands it to him, and then there's like kind of on the end of she writes a note on the end of it, and it just says like, do you want to burn these?
I'll nod. And as we walk, I guess, out, I would just kind of firebolt it.
In her hand.
No, like, I'll take the notes, and I'll just, like, kind of
Yeah.
put it out and just firebolt it so they burn.
Sure.
I'll take the rock out and say, hey, Bri, I just realized something super
What?
important.
Hold on. What? Excuse me. Hold on. No, I'm getting a message. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I had to step out. What? Can you start over? Are you okay? What's going on?
Hi. Okay, super important realization about the notes, Bri. Like, really important. I just realized. Can you please come here right now?
Are you not in the dining hall?
I'm busy.
Doing what? It's food and celebration with everyone.
Important research. Important research.
Who are you with?
Zach.
Have y'all eaten yet?
No, we don't need food right now.
Oh my goodness. Is it really important right now? I mean,
Really?
everyone is
Super
here.
important, Bri.
Sure. All right. Okay, darling, don't worry. All right, just give me a few minutes. Baron.
5 minutes.
Iris
5
is
minutes.
here. Okay, great. All right. Goodbye. Over. Okay. Yeah, so it takes a good 15-20 minutes at this time, maybe rolling into 30 for him to finally show up. Where are you guys meeting him?
We could have just
At
been out.
tower, right?
Yeah, we'll go back to the
Just
tower.
kind of like, because like the tower and the archive are right next to Others two just waiting
Yeah.
outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
I would if like he said 5 minutes, and I thought I would have run back and gotten the notes anyway, like from my room, and then come back.
Gotcha. All right. So as you guys are waiting, we'll jump back over to Meikai and Kahu. Yeah, you guys never for 3 episodes. You're never gonna talk to each other ever again. Yeah.
No, never. You're just
Nope.
DMing 2 games now.
Pretty much. That's what we do.
Sorry.
Meikai, what are you up to?
Eating quietly, just watching people, honestly.
Alana kind of comes up. It was very impressive today. Well done.
Thanks.
You were quite the powerhouse on our team.
You wanted to win, so.
There's a lot of people talking about you guys. You kind of look over and like there's one of the Rosewood kind of Corey guys who's like retelling the story. Yeah, I'm telling you should have been there. She was flying through the air and like whipping through pop-pops. It was crazy. It was amazing. And just like overly exaggerating. She was faster than the wind. It was like a blur. You couldn't see anything. It was amazing. Kind of like talking around with this. And he's like, well, and the other one's like, well, which one? The redhead? No, the one, the Kingslayer, the one with the horns. Oh, right. But like even now, like Kingslayer's starting to like slowly get kind of whispered along. But you actually do hear most of the time like, no, not that one, Meikai, you know, like kind of corrected. So there's a little bit of rumbling between kind of like the legends at what you're known for. Alana just goes, I'm sorry if we started off on the wrong foot. A lot of pressure being here.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't. I mean, this is nice, but my heart really wasn't in it super. I mean, I wasn't like, oh, I don't want to participate, but it was more, I just wanted to win for you. So you could like flaunt it, I guess.
I'm not one to brag, but I do like having results. But I can see now why the king has chosen you to be the representative. I'm sure Hanazuka will be quite proud.
No, they won't.
Why not? You're representing them well so far.
Yeah, but that's a conversation we need to have that I wanted to talk to you and the other 2 about.
What do you mean?
Oh, just my nickname.
Don't mind them. They're foolish and Kingslayer's kind of badass, but none of us really believe any of it. I mean, whatever. It's whatever your story is, your story. You're here, so obviously, I mean, they wouldn't send, you know, a murderer that's on the run or anything, right?
Well, I'm not on the run, but
I mean, what I'm saying is, I assume it's somewhat self-justified, yes? My blade isn't clean from blood either, but
there's a story. I'm not 100% sure what the official story is about it. But I mean, I was forced to come here. It wasn't because I wanted to. It wasn't because it was an honor. It was a threat. So if I go back, I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be as a sick, twisted thing that the king can hang over me for the rest of my days. Or if I don't go back, he'll think to my family. So I'm here. Yeah.
Sorry, Meg, I didn't know any of that.
I have a hard time talking about.
I could imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, you know all the whispers about my father. not easy having daughter of a chosen, and I don't believe he's a hero, but many wonder if he was the corrupted one. There's a lot of stain on my family too, so I understand what it's like. I mean, to an extent, I'm sure. I almost wish I could just be an outcast, run away from my responsibilities here, but I haven't. New Organia hasn't dealt much with Hanazuka, but when I'm in charge, I look into it, see what I can do on your behalf, maybe?
I mean, we can always talk about it after dinner, maybe.
Sure, I didn't mean to bring it down. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to get the thing over with, I guess. I was nervous about Stukreed, and
Nervous
I
about
think
what? He was the first one out. There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
He was all talk.
Yeah, that's why I took him out first.
Smart.
Yeah. But we should talk maybe after this. I don't know.
You said 2 others? Who else did you want to speak with?
Yeah, Zach and Ananias as well, I think. I already told Kahu.
Oh.
But, yeah.
Do you mean, speaking of circumstances around?
Yeah, I think it's just better if it's all out, I guess. I don't know. I told Kahu and it was nice at least just talking. But, I just feel like if we're going to work together, then everything just kind of needs to be out. Not that we all have to tell each other our secrets, but with me, I feel like circumstances, it makes me feel like I'm lying, I guess, or something. I don't know. I just feel like it's better.
He looks you like straight in the eyes, puts a hand on your shoulder. In this world, don't ever apologize for who you are. A strong woman. Don't let an old man or a king tell you your worth. There's strength in who you are. There's strength in overcoming what is the path we've come from. I see strength in you that you don't see. Don't ever apologize.
Under different circumstances, I think I would
Under
agree with
any
you.
circumstance. I would choose you to fight alongside me any day.
Thanks.
Who cares what Sir Carr or the king, or anyone for that matter, says? You know what? She turns around. Everyone! She grabs a drink from a thing. Everyone! And then, like, it takes a second. Everyone looks over. She goes, cheers for winning it. The first skirmish over anyone else who said we could not. Our VIP of the day, Meikai, the one and only. And everyone's like, cheers! They all kind of go back to her, like, rallying each other. You can hear, like, whispers and talk. And the Kingslayer, any, like talk of that has, like, gone away. And it's, like, the rise of, yeah, did you see Meikai out there? Yeah, she was amazing.
Thanks.
I know you don't like being in the spotlight, but you're gonna have to get used
Once
to
I
it.
did, but yeah. Just let's talk after dinner.
Cool. Come find me.
Okay.
And Kaho, how about you? What are you up to?
7 plates? 8 plates?
Are you having a eating contest right now?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Ergon. Carlos is already out. and we'll say the ogre, the chef, sits down and actually is having some fun this time too. We'll have an eating contest roll off to see who can.
I just rolled.
Okay. Go give me Constitution. You can add Constitution to it. Yep.
23.
Everyone's starting to chow down. You just kind of like hear like slapping on the tables and like drinks are being passed around. Go, get them. And you all each had 10 plates, and as you're going through, Urgon's right neck and neck with you. Even the ogre's starting to like slash them down one at a time. But it seems the ogre couldn't keep up, and he has about 3 plates left. You and Urgon are plate to plate going down to the 10th one, and you're able to scoop everything down seconds before he's able to finish it. He kind of coughs up a little bit, and you know, he'd been drinking a little bit too before this. Dang it! Everyone's
I stand up and grab my ale and I chug it down.
Get up another round on me. You hear Nice in the tavern. The roaring lion and our champion Kaurangi. Yeah, this seems to be like all the miners and like kind of the fishermen of the town are kind of all any of those that are definitely like what's the word? People that come to the bar often, you know. They're definitely around you kind of celebrating that. So you doing anything else specific besides that before the dinner ends?
Oh, I just mentioned Ergon. I wanted to chat with him afterwards.
Okay.
So we're just enjoying the time together until we.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and come back and start with that then right after a break. The conversation with Ergon. We'll go ahead and take a quick super break here. How about till 9:35? So about 7 minutes for people to let out puppers, go to the bathroom, grab something to eat. So again, thank you guys so much for joining. We're having a whole bunch of fun here, and I love reading the chat. Chat's been off the hook tonight. So awesome. Yeah, quick reminder for tomorrow, if anyone is here that wants to catch the 4 DMs from our Bardic Barrage community, we'll be on Chef_Byers channel tomorrow, his stream at 8 p.m. Central. So just make sure to keep that on your calendars. And yeah, we'll come right back to finish the rest of our episode for tonight of Fates United. mute. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you guys so much for hanging with us over the break as we eat chips and let out puppies and apologize for being mean to poor Zachary. But we jump back into our night of celebration, of discussions at the university. Meikai, Kahu, you notice that Anais and Zachary are obviously not here. There are a lot of people looking for them, asking questions. You know, oh, how are they like? You know, oh, congratulations, where are the rest of them? You know, you've kind of had to awkwardly, you know, glance questions, you know, and deflect a lot. Anir is kind of taken over as like a real big, almost celebrity in the spot. He seems to flourish in it and love the attention, and even though they lost, kind of seem to have been quite impressed with, you know, only having 3 people and how well they did against everyone. The conversation soon ends. Things start quieting down. You see the Inquisitors kind of off talking to the Dean at the moment. From the representatives kind of still talking with different people here, and Alana kind of nods to you, Meikai, kind of just giving you the look of like whenever you're ready type of thing. Kahu. Ergon's kind of glazed eyes a little bit. He's had a few drinks tonight, but you know, he kind of just hold on, and he like casts something on himself. Yeah, I'm good. All right. Whew. Hey, buddy. That was a good time. You ready to get out of here, though?
Yeah, let's head out. Enjoy some nature.
Cool. Go check on that flower of ours. How's that?
That sounds like a great place to go.
Is it just Ergon that you're looking at the conversation with?
For now, I could potentially see a near, but that doesn't. I think tonight Kyle needs a chance to talk with Ergon.
Okay, sure. So you kind of pull him off to the side, and Nier's kind of still surrounded by the scragglers and everyone else still left here. Kind of just quietly walking next to you. So, where do you get? What do you want to talk about?
You guys did great in the skirmish.
I did all right. I mean, pretty much all in ear. Pretty smart, that one. He just played to Carlos and my strengths, though. Carlos didn't show too much, though. Kind of curious fella. Talked a lot. Shared a couple stories. Still kind of mysterious, though.
Does seem to be quite the talker.
Kinda. But, like, you and I talk, but we get to know each other, right?
Right.
I feel like I know anything about it. I mean, we talk about a lot, but it's just not.
About anything?
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, just kind of weird. Got to know Anir a little bit. His background in Vanali. Kind of seemed pretty cool, actually.
It seems like a good person.
Seems like an ambitious person. But yeah, seems like a good guy. But
how you liking it here?
I mean, not home. It's loud. I like the food, though. Hell, I like the food a lot.
The food is quite good, is not.
But I miss the connection we had. Spirits aren't alive here. Sorry, I went a little Garrick there. Spirits aren't alive here.
I've been trying to work on that.
What do you mean?
After we check out the flower, follow me. I've been trying to clean up a spot, I think. Might have an opportunity to help us connect.
Fine with that. Been a while since I've had a good sit down. Been a lot. I've been training a lot.
As well. Do my best to train my mind, but without having, you know, either you or your grandmother or my father even to help guide, it's not been quite the same for me.
Yeah. You're doing good, though. Proud of you, kid. By the way, And you guys are starting to round kind of the corner. You see in the distance, Garrick his fires are still going. He didn't really seem to leave much. But you guys kind of walk over to the corner where you had planted the flower. I think by the back of the residence hall, right?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
7.
Nothing. All right. You see the flower. Kind of not much going on. It's kind of quiet back here. Oh, by the way, I wanted to show you something. And you see him start incanting something, and the runes on him glow a little bit, kind of in the moonlight. Glow a little bit of a faint green on his blue skin, and you see them form into the hawk that you saw flying, kind of with the blue furs. And he had been close to nature before, but you've never seen him summon one. It's been kind of like, working with them before. He's trained a lot of things and he's used them in battle, but it's kind of new. I guess the spirits kind of blessed me with this.
I'm gonna say something I've not seen before.
Yeah. Something that my grandmother's trying to teach me some of the magics of the shamans. She spoke of familiars. Sometimes they choose you. I think this one chose me. But I named her Omai. Omai or Maya?
Amaya.
Amaya, yeah, Amaya. Figured he'd like that. That way she can...
Like, kind of gets quiet and looks off to the side a little bit.
Well, figured that way she could be with us and soar high. I always talked about wanting to be away.
Freedom she never gets to see.
Yeah, but you know how the spirits are. No one's truly gone from us when they die. They just walk beyond to the other side.
I know that. Just... it's hard to know it when they're not there with you.
Kind of gives it a little, peck around, behind the ear, and then lets it off flying. You can see the hawk kind of soaring in circles above, and the clouds, and a little bit of a break of moonlight through it. Yeah, I know you took it pretty hard. You don't talk about her much.
You know how the village where I'm from takes it.
That doesn't mean you didn't love each other.
On the contrary, I was willing to throw away everything. And she did.
So was she. Well, honor that. Don't throw that away. Don't forget her. Tell her story.
I'm doing my best.
The only time the dead are truly gone from us. Forget their names and don't speak. So what did you want to talk about? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think she'd feel flattered that you named your little hawk friend there after her.
Well, she's the one that came to me in my dream and gave it to me.
I'm looking out for you too, then.
Yeah. I think she knows I'll be looking out for you.
Follow me up here. I'm gonna start heading towards the circle.
Kind of cliffside? Okay.
Yep.
Sure. I don't even notice this path up here.
I kind of ran across it one day. It felt like I needed to clean. I needed to. I don't know. I'm hoping maybe it'll help with the connection. I haven't found a place here that was like the mountain. But I'm hoping this could be similar.
Yeah, that mountainside, from what I heard, is everything but. Be, more home to death and decay than anything. Kind of walks up and you see him like putting his hand on the different pillars and the different runes on them, and just reading through each one. Stuff that he's very familiar with. This is kind of like his domain. Kind of the religious aspects and the affinities and the spirits in the Kalashtar world and the Goliaths, and you know them to be kind of old, kind of folk sayers in the ancient religions, versus kind of the newer way people look at the affinities.
Urgon.
Yeah, you kind of see him stop at the water pillar.
Do you know anything more of what happened at my birth?
What do you mean?
There was a lot of new information that was given to me the day before I left. But really all that was given to me was one side saying dark magic was used and another side saying that there was nothing unnatural about it.
Yeah. There are a few things that Goliaths and the Kalashtar see differently. Give me an insight roll. Finally having conversations outside of food with Ergon. I'm excited.
It is a 19. I just want to say that is Rune Knight coming in clutch because my first roll on advantage was a natural 1.
I love Rune Knight. The advantages that are just always there. What is that rune on? Let me explain that for us.
It's on that particular rune.
Yeah,
Would
you have
be
to have the
on
runes
the-
on a weapon or armor, right? On you.
Yeah, this one would be on the dagger that Kahu always keeps on him.
Okay. And I will have to say, I think you use unarmored combat, right? Or do you actually wear armor? I don't think you wear armor, right?
I do not, because I have the tattoo.
Right. So I was gonna say, the way we're playing this, I'm gonna allow the tattoos to be part of your runes. So if you want a tattoo to be a rune instead of the armor, because you're using unarmored combat, that's part of your build, I will allow that. So
Okay, then yeah.
you can decide if like one of them's like tattoos, because at least the way I picture it and the tattoos you guys have had, that some of them are like, it's arcane, so some of it can be, you get pull it out, you can redo it, things like that. So like it could change based on how you want. It's not a permanent,
so
it's like a fluid tattoo.
The knife that's always on Kahu is definitely going to have this particular rune on it, which is the hill rune.
Okay.
Or the stone rune.
Okay.
Or no, it's the hill. It's the hill. And then the fire rune is going to be on the tattoo.
Nice. Okay, cool. I get a little Ohana, the guy that the rock played. That's kind of what I'm picturing. Like the different tattoos where it's like the volcano and anyways. You see when you do that, you brought up kind of like the spirits and the circumstances around your death. There's a warmth and familiarity that you are there with him, but you know him well enough to see a change of he knows something when you bring that up. There's a he's holding back something when you bring that up.
You know of anything, Orgon?
I mean, circumstances around you being chosen here are kind of extraordinary as well, don't you?
I'd say the last month of my life has been extraordinary compared to the previous 20-something years.
You know the Goliaths haven't sent a representative to the Centaurium, ever. At least in our knowledge, at least.
But they sent you.
I demanded it. But make sure you didn't go alone.
So don't let me walk alone through this path.
What path is it that you choose? Path is the one that we've been chosen, right? No, I decided to come here because I had a dream the night before your, the ritual for deciding the chieftain, the summer solstice. Kind of forbidden to talk to you about this, but I feel like you should know. Circumstances being said. The Kalistar don't believe in the dreams that we have, or the prophecies, or the superstitions, they call it. But you've heard about the Spirit Walker, right? And you do recognize that as like a kid's story that the Goliaths specifically tell the kids. And in the Kalistar view, it's very seen as like how we view Pinocchio. Like it's a children's story. It's not real. But it speaks of, a great warrior that could walk between the spirits of the dead and the living. And, it kind of goes on to, have this grand epic tale of, doing different deeds. And the story kind of all changes based on who's telling it, but it's all centered around that fact.
I know little of it. Tales being told around campfires during the raids.
Yeah. Sure, I've told it a few times myself. Well, it's in our family line. You know that there's always a shaman, a high shaman chosen to consult and live beside the chieftain of the Kalistars. That's what keeps our nations bonded and protected. Well, it's in our belief, in our story, that the reason why we've done it is because the first ever chieftain was Spirit Walker. This is not a fairy tale to us, and it's something, a secret that high shamans keep. It's not really told in our tribes, and that's why it's viewed as a legend or fairy tale. Forgotten knowledge. I had this dream. And I'm gonna be next in line. My father dies. Or when you ascend, he could choose to let me step in with you. Kind of a generational thing, I guess. I had a dream that you were the Spirit Walker. It said the Spirit Walker is one that's died and defied death. That's when my grandmama, shaman that, you know, was over your ritual there. She was telling me that was more of a vision. That you have something greater that you need to do. And well, then the next day, all hell broke loose. You were chosen. At least, you know, to replace your sister. I knew then that spirits were telling me to protect you and look out for you.
I don't know if I'm this spirit walker that you speak of. I'm gonna go and sit down on the bench. But you know, one thing I did want to talk about as well is I don't know. Something around my death I felt had to do something. The fact that I actually do dream.
You dream? Like Alistars don't dream.
That's my understanding as well.
Further proof you are the spirit walker then, if you're dreaming of walking among the spirits or walking between planes and veil. That's what we believe dreams are anyway. Or at least glimpses into it, but what do you dream of?
Dream of Amaya.
Guess that would make sense.
And oftentimes you're there as well.
Really?
Almost as though you're ferrying me through it.
Another point, right? The hawk lands right on the pillar of the water affinity. Pillar the hawk chose.
Ogon, I'm worried that there's things moving in this world.
You feel it too?
I feel as though something tries to invade my dreams.
Dark, isn't it?
It is.
I feel it too. It's not just here. There was a shift before we left. Been happening for some time. The guys have noticed. We've noticed. A shadow that falls over the plains. We fear it's threatening the mountain too.
Do we have any idea how to stop it?
Not really. I think you're a key to it, though. That's my gut feeling.
I don't know if I am.
I mean, the affinities did, apparently. Brought you back as a baby. Many can see that. I know some see it as some foreign. What's the word they use? I got introduced to a new word here. Necromancy? I don't know. They said my accent. I wasn't saying it right. Really bad at announcing stuff, you know. Pronouncing. Ah, that's right, pronouncing. I gotta get that right too.
As far as I know, just my people just consider it dark magic.
That's what I'm saying. They have like an official word for it. But it's not. It's, well, it depends on how one uses it. I mean, we choose not to forego what nature brings to us and what the affinities deem. But the affinities apparently also have power over life and death too. Brought you back, they brought others back before. Must be a reason, right?
Perhaps. I don't know what it is.
Listen to your dreams.
I brought you up here because I hoped we could take time and meditate and see if maybe there's some way we could make a connection.
Never done it with a Kalishtar before, but we have we do meditate upon the spirits and welcome in the dreams that way. It's something I've done with the High Shaman. Like I said, Kalishtar don't usually have the ability to dream, so typically it's never been done with one, but you kind of see him like pull out a pouch and got like different herbs and like, kind of vials in it. He pulls out a bowl. You trust me?
You know I do.
It's gonna be one hell of a trip. And he starts pouring in a few different crushed up plants and powdered things. You don't have any easy way to do fire, do you? I mean, I got flint and a knife. I'm just saying I'm not good at it.
I could. I don't have any proper easy way to make fire, no. Let me see what I've got.
Oh, it's alright. It's alright. Sit down, sit down. And he places this bowl in the middle of kind of the circles, right in the middle of this like formation, and kind of curious who built it. This is beautiful. I've never seen construction so in tune with nature before. I wish we had something like this up on the mountain. Anyways.
While you're here, you might as well study.
I think it will. Feel more connected here. Here we go. To your mind, close your eyes. Just imagine walking among the sky and the stars, swimming under the sea. Close your eyes. Feeling the hard earth below your feet. The water floating at your back. Soaring through like wings on a hawk. And you hear him hit the knife on like a piece of metal and flint. And he does it again. And again. Hold on. Just keep on imagining those things. Oh, there we go. And you hear a little spark. And you slowly start smelling beautiful incense. And it kind of kicks you back for a second. It's strong. But you've smelled this before. You recognize it as the Mysterium trees from Hanasuka. It has that same scent being burned, and he continues to kind of guide you through this meditation here. And you slowly start feeling yourself almost free from your body. Soaring above the water like a bird in the sky. Feeling the warmth of a sun on a cloudy day. Diving into the water like a fish. Feeling the breath of life and the flow of it around you. Earth strength in you. Air flowing past you. All the affinities in equilibrium with one. But it's missing something. They're just like a kernel at the core. Do you notice the chill, something that you recognize from your time in the cave? The kernel of darkness. Seems contained, just like the other affinities, equilibrium and balance. But you notice that this darkness is missing its opposite. Just like water has the moon, and earth has the sky. There's light is missing. And you kind of are standing in a calm beachside. The water under your feet, you're standing on the water rippling below you. It's just like an endless void around you. No noise, no wind. It's calm and peaceful. What are you doing here? You hear a voice.
I look over.
You open your eyes, and where you are is blurred. But you can feel the water below you, almost like land, solid. And as you look up, there is a Maya standing there, about 6 feet from you. How are you here?
I have been guided.
He's looking around. Been lonely. Do you know where we are?
I'm gonna look around. Do I see anything?
See nothing but a shimmering, almost like when you're looking at the distance on water, there's like a shimmering homage look. There's like an homage, almost like shimmering at like a border of your vision. You kind of look around, it's just endless water. But you feel life. It feels full of the affinities. It feels normal, feels where you're at now. It's like you've never been connected to the spirits and the affinities as strong as you have now.
In all honesty, not exactly. But I feel tied and connected.
I always felt connected.
Is that really you, Amaya?
I think so. Been trying to speak with you. Reach you.
I'm gonna start
Almost
moving
like-
towards her.
Start walking, and it's like I can always see you off in the hear you laughing. Like whispers on the wind. Forget to. And you're about a foot away from her, and all of a sudden that shimmer divides the two of you. Kind of put up your hand and brace yourself. There's like you can't quite tell. It's almost solid, but you can see through it, and as you touch it, it shimmers a little bit and blurs her, but settles almost like a clear window that, you know, you couldn't see before. Guess we're still apart, aren't we?
I tried pushing through the window.
Shimmers again. I don't think you're meant to be on this. She looks sad, but kind of acknowledges and seems to be aware of the decision she made.
I wish you would have let me go there.
Not your time.
I don't think it was your time either.
Feel a calmness and peace. Wherever I am. Feel stuck here. But I felt like you always had a bigger purpose. And your heart kind of rings for a second as you kind of remember her voice, as she's the only one that's ever called you Ka. Like a endearment between you. I think the affinities are choosing you. You're a chosen one.
Been chosen, but I don't even know what it means.
You never were one for the books. The great honor. You know, we make oaths to protect each other, and I'm your shield sister and brother. And she kind of puts her hand up, longing to like reach out to you, and again like hits that barrier. And
I try to connect to her with my mind.
sure, go ahead.
What am I trying to do?
You feel the connection. What do you say?
Just feel, it's just emotion running through the bond.
Feel it pouring back. This aching heart, but it's full of love and of acceptance, sacrifice.
What's happening?
Are you saying this through the connection or out loud?
Everything's through the connection now.
Wisdom save.
More intimate. It's a 12.
What was the question?
You know what's happening?
No. But I know you've always been special. You've been able to see me for who I really am. Like your brother. Just sees the outside of me and what he wants me to be. Never loved me the way.
I feel like a part of me has been gone, Amaya. I'm trying to hold things together. I'm trying to stay strong for people around me.
You see her holding back
But
tears
I've been
now.
lost without you. I feel like my light is gone.
It's like crying now. I miss you so much. I'm always with you. Never leave your side. Carry me in your heart. I need another wisdom save as you're discussing this again.
Natural 20.
You can now start feeling this, the blur, the surrounding in whatever place you're at. There's a darkness trying to enter, but it's being held back at bay.
If I feel that, I want to see if I can reach down into myself, like reach inward
Mm-hmm.
and connect to the ocean and just push back as hard as I can.
Give me a d20 roll. You close your eyes and feeling the connection to the water between your feet.
It's a 3.
You can feel the strength and the tranquility, the peace, the connection to the water and your affinity, but the pang and loss, the void in your heart of not being able to touch her and still being divided from her almost seems to creep in, and the water starts rippling behind you. You can feel it surging like a tidal wave coming at your back. But it almost feels like darkness is fighting just as hard. You kind of get this sense that your time here might be
Maya. I feel everything here but the light.
Darkness has its hold over the light here. Feel it too. Kahu, I think that's what you needed to. And you feel the darkness starting to press in now hard. Give me another wisdom save. Almost as if like trying to end this conversation now before she can say anything. You can feel your connection to this place slipping.
The 7.
Kahu, you need to... And you start not being able to hear her over the roaring of the waves behind you, and start feeling drops.
I try raging against the darkness one last time.
You connect to your full affinity, and you feel...
I'm also going to turn into a giant.
Okay. You kind of push back with all your might, and it's still pressing down upon you. And you close your eyes, and all of a sudden you can feel a hand on your cheek. Find the light. Hey buddy, you okay? And you feel Ergon's hand on your cheek. And you're like, hey buddy, you okay? And you're back suddenly on the cliff side. Still hear her voice in your ear. You're gone from this place. There's no more darkness. There's no more water. But the difference from before this and now, she's here with you. And you know it and you feel it. that void, that brokenness in your heart has somewhat been filled with the knowledge that she's with you right now.
I'm just breathing heavily on the ground.
You kind of open your eyes and you're expecting to see Ergon and like the pillars, but all you see is sky. You're flat on your back. Oh, buddy, I think I gave you too much. Are you okay? Shit, did you overdose?
I'm okay.
Oh, you kind of see him just sit back. I mean, I've never done that with the Galistar. I've never given them any of this before. I don't know how you'd react. What happened? You see anything? Or you just kind of like trip out?
I just reached my hand up towards the sky. Just kind of like... I saw her.
Maya?
Yes.
Oh, I just realized how close that is to Amaria. Okay. Me and my names in this game. This is Vicarious, Amaya, Amaria. Oh my goodness. Varo.
Not only I got to talk to her.
That's amazing, but told you she wasn't good for me.
And the balance of the world was there.
The what?
The balance of the world. But a piece was missing.
What do you mean?
Darkness opposite wasn't there.
Talking about the affinities?
I felt everything. The light was gone.
Apparently that's what you're supposed to know.
I might get up and hug her around.
Alright. Like, it's almost like awkward for a second. I'm like, alright, yeah. Love you too, kid.
I saw her. I had
Yeah.
another chance to see her. I never thought I'd have that.
Never did have clothes.
I was able to link with her. One last time.
Beautiful.
She loved me the whole time.
Oh, she did. Still does.
She brought light to this world. Somehow I need to find how to share that with others.
Want me the light? Never believed in anyone more than I have right now.
We're gonna need to find a way to get everybody. We need to heal this divide.
You're said than done. A lot of wounds. Old history that goes beyond generations.
You can't heal a wound without first trying.
Guess this is your chance to start healing that wound. Kind of puts a fist at your chest, like right above your heart. And holding your back. Not gone. And like the hawk now like kind of like lands at your feet and like starts like pressing its head into your chest.
Pet its back of its neck.
You feel really close to her. See that?
Just some tears down his cheeks. Thank you, Orgon.
I didn't do nothing.
Now that's a lie.
Got you high. You saw what you needed to see. Like I said, I think the affinities have something big for you. And if that means I walk the path by your side or go before you, whatever it means, here for you.
I'm gonna need you.
Yeah, your sister's not too happy. Kind of worried about that one.
We'll worry about that when we get to it.
Sure. Kind of puts his head to yours.
Oh, I feel like I need to get a workout in. I told the blacksmith I'd help him out.
You sit here for a while, alright? I'll let you be for a bit. Meditate some more. I think that blacksmith will be up for a while.
Alright.
I'll go bring you guys some snacks. He stands up. The hawk stays with you. Slowly walks off, and you can feel her by your side, and you still feel connected to the spirits and this step like you've gone beyond somewhere. Beyond where most people aren't supposed to go. But you can hear the water lapping up on the cliffside and feel the wet snow that now begins to drift down. And you see the pillars around you start to be illuminated in moonlight. There's like a break in the clouds come. And there are kind of shining back of the jewels in the pillars, the four elements of the four chosen. That's where we'll cut away for Kahu. We leave you meditating as you're breaking my heart with the little waver in your voice, John. I'll give you inspiration for that scene, by the way. Meikai, you were leaving the dining hall. I think you were looking for for Alana and Anais and Zach, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not sure where they are.
Well, I saw Alana.
Right, no, Alana. I'm trying to think the timing on this. Yeah?
Yeah, I was about to say, okay, so I think with timing, we had Bri leave halfway through the celebration, and she did tell Zach and I she wanted to talk to us.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, we probably would have gone to find her after we were done talking with Bri, just to
Mhm.
have fun.
Gotcha.
Zach was
How
not
long it
aware
would
of
take
the
with
talk.
Bri.
Sure.
Zach
Oh,
doesn't know
okay.
about this.
Anais, no, yeah, so she would try to find her at some point, but
Okay.
I don't know if that helps you at all, but
I'm gonna say I have timing for a reason. Yeah, I guess we can do that. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll jump to that then. Okay. We'll jump to Anais and Zachary's conversation then. Hook up with that. So you guys are in the by the tower. You're all standing there, and
I got my book.
the hold of the night as the afternoon slowly begins to kind of dip as the sun goes down. The chill of the twilight seems to start kind of hitting everybody, and the clouds kind of get broken up in the sky as it starts getting a little darker. I mean, there's a few torches, and you can see the moonlight's out tonight. You finally see Vicarious walking down. He had Iscarius walking with him, and they were chatting. He's the Fire Genasi staff. He seemed kind of deep in talk, and then he kind of looks over to the two of you, kind of nods, and Iscarius kind of splits off, walking in a different direction. But Vicarious is kind of like huffing it away to you. He's got a couple plates in his hand. Looks like he's brought you both dinner.
So nice.
Yeah. So, what can I do for you? What's so important?
She's like signaling, like, yeah, going upstairs too.
Sure. Let's do this the faster way. And he casts fly on all three of you, and you just all like start floating and flying up. Him kind of like guiding you a little bit, but you have a little bit of awkwardness. Give me dexterity saving throws. Vicarious is quite the
16.
8.
8. So Zach, you're like, ooh, oh, okay. I think I got the hang of this. And you start like kind of like following him. Anais, you're kind of like slowly like floating up, but like turning upside down, and kind of just.
I'll hold my
rotating.
staff out for you to grab.
Yeah, but you can kind of like catch onto his staff and then kind of correct yourself, kind of following up. You're just like, you know, the wide eyes, just looking down.
For sure, especially without much warning. Like, ah!
But you kind of look up, and right before you guys are about to go into the window and finish this, you feel this elation, this joy of being up in the sky, closer to the clouds, looking over everything. It's just an interesting feeling. You're still terrified, of course, but kind of floats in and, oh, I'm sorry, and kind of pulls you both in as he ends the spell, and you kind of land back on your feet. Well, sorry, I've been drinking a little bit. I didn't want to climb the stairs. Anyways, and he walks over to the table and places the 2 plates down. Please, you both have to eat. You had a long day. What's so important that you had to talk to me right now? Congratulations, by the way, to the 2 of you. Such a happy occasion and fun day for both of you, right?
So we got some questions for you.
She signs. I'll like sit down and like I will kind of start picking at the food, but I sign. Are you sober enough to talk right now?
Of course.
Can I insight?
Sure.
I rolled an 18, so I got a 23.
There's a slight glaze to his eyes that happen, but he seems just buzzed. He doesn't seem like sloppy drunk or anything.
Okay.
I mean, he flew. So at least he can cast spells.
I mean, do you have like a potion or something to sober yourself up a little bit? We could really use you completely here.
It doesn't happen often that way. Fine.
Get wasted afterwards. I don't care.
He like goes through. There's a few healing potions, and I think this should do. I'll tear the dog. And he pops the cork and starts drinking it back. Whew. Right. Yes. The kind of voice comes a little more clearer. What's so important that you needed to speak to me?
Pull out the book.
Oh, nice.
And
Right.
Put it down.
His notes. We've been through this.
Point to the date and Dravar's
Sure.
name.
Right. That's the day that your father spoke of him.
Can I see the notes that said he died of a heart attack a year ago?
She signs, how did he talk to my dad if he was dead?
He starts seeing the connections roll in his head. I didn't catch that. So smart,
Signs, me
you two.
either.
He pulls a few scribbles out. He opens his own notebook to the notes that he took. Says, unfortunately, those are official Organia records of the ambassadors and consultants that they speak with and their lives. I'm unable to take direct copies, but these are my notes from it, and you can see and him speaking of it. These are what Arcanist Turin does there at New Organia. These are his
ambassadors of where?
To the different nations.
They're from New Organia? Like, that's what these notes are from, or from New Organia? With the one who died, heart attack, a year ago.
Are you asking who makes the notes?
Yes, who made these notes?
Arcanist Turin. He's the one that keeps the notes. And keeps the records for New Organia.
So, question for you then. As his scribe who has gone through numerous documents and transcribed them, does the name come back in my mind at all?
Nope.
Okay.
But you do know that, like, a lot of the documents have been notes from different people. It's not just strictly, like, official ambassadors, but, like, people that they've worked with, inquisitors. It's just note-keeping and records and writings of dealings, official dealings with the city, and specifically to other nations. And that's why Arcanist Turin has such a connection to Celestia, is that this is kind of his position, is to make these notes and keep records with all these other nations of their inner goings between the two.
So Turin wrote this note about him dying a year ago.
That's what Repercussions is telling you. It's his job to keep up the record. That's what you assume. Yeah. I mean, you don't know 100% if that was necessarily his handwriting, but.
So, this is from Turin, from what you can tell.
Yes, I believe so. I mean, I think it was his handwriting. It's kind of hard to tell. It could have been one of his scribes, maybe.
She signs, do you think he's really dead, or is someone pretending to be him?
And he kind of sits down at, like, the gravity of kind of what you're asking. I don't know. I mean, your father was a smart man. He would have known who he was talking about. Sorry.
What's that sparkle sound?
It's my alarm. Sorry.
Sorry, say it. Okay, say it again.
Right, curious. Sends off like a spell that like makes noise while he's thinking.
He's still drunk. Come on.
I think it's something we should look at. Obviously, something's off here.
She signs, does he want people to think he's dead?
Buddy. Frosty, thank you so much for the raid and the subs. That's so nice of you, my man. Thank you so much. What was the question? Sorry.
Does he make people want people to think he's dead?
Thank you. I didn't remember.
I mean, that's the question, really.
I mean, do you know anything about this guy?
I don't. That's the thing. Your father never spoke of him with me. And
If you have records of him, where was he from? Like, where was his name registered to? Anything? There has to be something in the document.
Yes. He's a drow elf. He part of one of the tribes. There are 6 tribes in the plains of the elves, and he was one of them. Apparently he was some sort of researcher, obviously that worked with your father, and must have been working on one of these archaeologist sites, and he was apparently working with people in New Organia as well.
She signs, didn't you say that you thought maybe him and Dad disagreed on some things? And you were surprised he even stayed with him?
That was part of the conversations that your father and I never really had a chance to have. I know there was disagreeing viewpoints, and obviously within the tribes there was a lot of questioning of our research. Many people thought it was folly to look into the rocks to save planes. Arcanist Turin told me he didn't really have much more on him. He looks at Zachary. You don't feel like there's any reason he would hide anything or keep anything from us, would he? I mean, he obviously didn't know the scope of the questions I was asking, but... Do you trust him?
I used to trust him completely.
Used to.
Last conversation I had with him seemed a little off. So now I began to question it. He seemed to be withholding information from me and not answering my questions directly, dodging them.
Specifically about what?
Chosen stuff.
That is concerning.
She signed... What? So he was... What was he dodging then? His
opinion about them, whether or not they're good or bad.
I mean, to be fair, in his position, he is supposed to be neutral in politics in their dealings with the other countries. I mean, he's not in a position of opinionship or leadership. He's supposed to be passive. That's kind of what makes some of the Arcanists so special, is that we try and keep ourselves outside of the laws and politics, and we're able to speak with them on both sides, even when leadership changes. Could just be that same sort of view applied to the Chosens there as well, but it's interesting. I mean, sounds like there's more here to uncover.
Maybe I can find out more. I gotta end with him.
I was gonna say, anything outside of you I think would be a little too direct of garnering attention. However, I do have an idea. And this might be something we can do before you speak with him. The more knowledge we have, the more ability you'll have to, that more knowledge that you'll have to see if he's hiding more from you or lying. You see him like shaking his head, kind of like not wanting to believe like someone like Arcanist Turin would be, not straight, but not straight with them. Kind of like sitting down. But I do have a connection at this archaeology site. He just sent me a returned letter. Might be able to go visit the kind of the place, the state, the last archaeology site your father was at, that he left it, maybe people that he spoke with there that we're not aware of.
Where is this?
This is right on the edge of the Elvish Plains, right near the volcano.
Would I know if that's nearby, like any villages or tribes or anything, or is it kind of remote? If I don't know, that's okay.
Sure. Give me a history check.
No, I don't think I got it. I got like a 10.
You look over at the map, and you know roughly where your house is in relation to the Satorium. You recognize where, like, the mountain that you came from. It's near the volcano. But as far as the surrounding tribes or whatever, you're not quite sure. You also know that they roam around a lot, and a lot of these tribes are very nomadic. Seem to kind of never stay in one place. At least now, they kind of follow different parts of the plains where they feel like have resources until they're depleted.
Does Zach know anything about the elvish stuff by the volcano, studying
You have been studying.
the elves?
Go ahead and give me a history check.
16 total.
Nice.
You look at it based on the last research that you did without asking Bricarius any updates. Or would you be like asking him about this part of this check? Is this just from your strict knowledge from your readings back in Celestia?
Yeah, just my knowledge of the volcano, what I would know about the area, that kind of thing.
Based on your research, there was a tribe there that was all about mining into the volcano. And that they had found an ancient temple there from, like, kind of what's common knowledge that back in the day that avatars, when they used to live with people, would live, among the races, that they helped them build very ornate locations and places, and that this was recently discovered and thought of to be possibly one of those sites.
Where an affinity was? Okay.
Correct. That's
So-
based on the knowledge you have from your research.
So it might be a place where an affinity was, from what legends say.
Say that out loud.
Yeah.
Very astute, my
She's-
boy.
She's just kind of like,
It's actually the reason why we thought to look there. We believe that the different affinities, the avatars of the affinities, the firsts that the Ancient One gave his powers to, when they used to live among us, the first cities, the first nations, or places they built, they taught the people magic, built amazing artifacts, and he kind of looks at like the weapon on your back and eyes. Now, they don't live there anymore, but there was a great tribe that was centered there on the mountain, in this volcano.
she's like started. She's been I'll say she's been writing stuff down so Zach can see too, because he can't keep up with the sign language quite.
Mhm.
But she writes.
Gotta get you a whiteboard.
Yeah. She writes. Is this what you were talking about, like with the dream I had?
Dream.
Remember? Do you remember?
Are you talking to the DM or is this
Does
out
Mike
loud?
remember? Yes.
Well, does Mike remember?
I remember the dream, of course.
Okay.
Does Mike remember that I told Bri about the dream?
Did you? No. Okay. Just kidding.
Yeah, she told him about the dream almost as though like it was when he was freaking out about
Gotcha.
not finding anything, and then she said, and then he's like, oh, maybe we
You
can
see
look
him
into
now
this.
connecting the dots like he did before, like, oh, right. That's, I mean, that's pointing us another reason to go there then, right? Obviously, what did you see again? You saw a temple?
Were you gonna say something more?
I was just
She's
gonna say,
writing.
if you're dreaming about this, and it seems important, I'll go with you.
She writes, I saw it was hot and there was a
Volcano?
yellow stone. It's a yellow stone. She like says how big it is, like with her hands. And runes or symbols everywhere of affinities.
We never fully found like an entrance to a ruin there. We did see signs of ancient civilization. However, I do think this is something we should look into. Like I said, I have a contact that sent back a message to me. His name is Zorth. Xorth. Zorth. He is maintaining the site that's been abandoned, but he was one of the locals that kind of seemed to inherit and kind of take over kind of homestead there. He would know who has come and gone since this Dravar and your father were there, and might be able to give us some insights as to what happened. And if chosen, I mean, if these affinities are giving you dreams about this place, maybe you'll find something your father didn't.
She is like, looks like she's thinking a lot, and she writes.
One more thing. I don't know why I can't remember. Did you tell Bri about Meikai and Kahu yet?
He doesn't know about Zach either.
Okay.
Zach has not been.
Right.
Yeah, Zach mentioned he'd tell him at some
Yeah.
point potentially.
Just making
but
sure.
he-
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what I
no.
thought.
So
but I was
Bri
like-
only thinks that Anais.
I was like, I don't remember that conversation, but I also forgot about the dream conversations. And that was only last episode.
Yeah. It was 2, to be fair. So
Yeah.
it's
True,
2
yeah,
weeks
that's
ago.
true. I was also trying to
Um,
rush that conversation to get back to Meikai and Kahu. And
Yeah. She is like, seems like she's thinking a lot, and she writes, "There's a part of me that doesn't feel like I'm strong enough to go back there. If we run into any trouble, I don't know how useful I'll be.
well,
But if
I kind of had the thought that maybe you would invite your new friends to kind of hide the fact that you and I are directly going there. We've been garnering a little bit of attention lately. I've been trying, obviously to tiptoe around certain questions I make, but
she signs, what do you mean?
Ascarius has noticed just the amount of favoritism I give you, per se. Yeah, that's all.
Is that what he was talking to you about?
Yeah.
Coming over?
Yeah. But, I mean, the 4 of you have made a quite natural connection anyway, a bond. I mean, you two obviously trust each other with a lot of secrets.
She signs, I mean, everyone knows that we're related. So why would people care?
Arius always has a nose in places where he shouldn't. But
That kind of.
there's a lot of watchful eyes around here. People ask questions. They're kind of what happens around here.
That leads me to my next question for you.
Sure.
Is there anybody you don't really trust around here? And do you think that there's somebody, I guess, why would this notebook be sent to the
Right.
bookstore?
I've thought on that. Anais asked me the same question when we first got here. Honestly, there's no one here that I can full on say that I do not trust. There are representatives here that I don't know well. But as far as the staff and the workers here, I mean, there are some I wouldn't say I trust with my life, but I wouldn't say are mistrusting.
So, okay, back to the thing, because my notes apparently are wrong, because I guess you corrected it at some point. I asked the bookstore lady when the notebook showed up.
Yeah, I think
So
my
what is
timing
the-
is off on that.
What is the true answer for that?
Because, right, because you say, let me get the timing right here. So 2 months ago is when it happened.
Yes.
It would have been about 3 months since since he was there
Yeah.
on the site. So it'd be quite recent.
We said it was sometime during like when she was in the desert wandering around.
Yeah,
I
so
think is what we said.
probably right before you got here at the Centaurium at some point.
Okay, so before
I think I had got the 2-year thing mixed up with Meikai's backstory when it first went to do it.
So before though, the representatives started showing up to the Centaurium.
Correct, from what I've been able to pick up, yes.
So it was somebody who works here normally then. Some staff, somebody here.
I mean, potentially, it could have been anybody. It could have been sent here and never got to me, or got to someone else and they didn't know what it was. I mean, it could be more nefarious, but my thing is, if someone was trying to get rid of it, why not burn it? You're trying to
Exactly.
hide it, you know?
I feel like it's more likely that someone was hoping someone would find it, and it just kind of got lost in the shuffle. Or being hidden.
Or maybe someone wanted Anais to find it.
Who would know she's here then?
Not anyone besides me. But I'm aware.
Who takes donations to Rosewood to drop off books?
I mean, that could have been any of the squires, most likely. But anybody could have told them to do that. Anyone could have gone and done it while they visited Rosewood. Many of us frequent Rosewood for food, fish from the market, tailors. a
So
drink.
it's been just over a month.
I would assume so, yeah.
Do you think you could maybe pretend you had some important book that you were looking for, and you're worried that someone accidentally sent it to the Rosewood and donated it, and
I've
asked
already been
around,
asking around, yeah.
and there's no answers?
No one's recognizing it because I told them this is important to me, and I've been trying. I found this at the bookstore. My good buddy Kellum and our research. This is very important notes, and I'm just trying to see if someone mistakenly got it there. So if it was nefarious, and if it's someone I asked, then they are lying.
She signs. Do you think maybe if maybe they wanted you or me to find it, it would be an ally, or
I mean,
someone hiding, so they had to be extra careful about it? It still seems really chancy.
what I'm saying, we just don't know. It was left by someone who knows your secret, and wanted to hide it from us. It just seems chancy that you'd leave it at a bookstore. Someone that knows you are in town and someone that likes books, it seems a little bit more likely that you're going to stop by the bookstore, am I not? Right?
She signs. I mean, I do like books.
But if it's a month ago, no one knew we'd be here.
True. I mean,
If she's wandering the desert, and I'm just a little nobody who impressed the queen, the week that we come, no one knows we're going to be here. So I'm just confused by this.
doesn't quite make sense.
Nice words. I don't know if I need to be paranoid that someone is on the inside, or if
I mean, there are
it's...
memory modification spells.
Again, why would somebody do that unless they have bad intentions?
Well, if someone is hiding their presence from you, they've been hiding this far.
Wait a second. Memory modification spells. Nice. You remember that girl who we helped and she didn't remember us? You think someone might have done something to her?
She signs, Bri, there's a girl we helped, and the next day she didn't remember that we helped her.
What was the name? Name.
Liara?
Liara, yeah, Liara. Yeah.
Liara Revere. That's the Water Genasi scribe.
Yeah, she signs Liara.
Or squire.
Mhm.
Oh, right. She is one of the newest squires. She just started here this year. So, you said she forgot that you assisted her with something? I mean, was it
Yeah.
a large thing that you helped her with?
She was being attacked by lots of stuff.
Right, the first day or first weekend you were here. Interesting. And she didn't remember that.
She signs, she was so excited we saved her, and she was like, she looked at you like a little kid looks at someone they admire.
Right. Is there any way to undo it if it happened to her?
That was just adorable. Right.
Like if someone had something happen to them where their mind was modified, is there a way to undo it?
Potentially, most likely. That's a little bit higher of a thing. You saw the potion I used. That's probably a lesser restoration of something that I would assume would work. Might be something Lady Nexus would know.
Yeah, probably need to talk to her.
She signs that doesn't even need to be under the guise of anything, because even Kahu and Meikai noticed.
Sure. I could speak to her as well. I noticed she was acting weird, and you brought this up.
See, if something happened to her, it should be found out.
Can't imagine who would do something.
Didn't you kind of have a warning to not talk about being chosen and all too? Sounds like there's a lot of people who need to watch their back around here.
To be fair, not wrong. Though having different ideologies sometimes is just a form of debate. It doesn't mean life or death. It shouldn't.
It's not what the dean said.
True. I mean, the dean is more speaking to rely on one's own self. I mean, you have to understand, he was a consultant of the king. Good friends with the king. Having been killed by the Chosens, of course he's going to be quite spiteful of them.
You don't have any issue just chilling in the same school with him when he wants to kill off the Chosens. And I look at Ananias.
When did he ever say he wanted to kill off Chosens?
Said he wanted to get rid of them so that you could draw out the darkness and sacrifice them essentially to take out the darkness themselves.
He said this to you?
Yes.
Doesn't sound like him. We've discussed the Chosens before. I agree he doesn't trust them and he doesn't want them to rise again, but I've never heard of him speaking about killing them. Are you sure you understood him correctly?
He saw no purpose to them other than to make it so that the darkness might be weaker, and by taking them out.
I mean, he's not wrong, though it's a twisted way to think.
You're okay with this?
I'm not okay with that line of action, but what I'm saying is the more the Chosens unite or awakened or whatever, or as more as he wouldn't know awakened, the more they show up. Usually when darkness grows in strength and strikes out too. That's why a lot of people are weary of the Chosen. The fact that Can't remember. Does Bri know that Zach knows that you're chosen? I always forget
Yeah.
these small little
Yes.
things. Yeah. The fact
Yes.
that we have a chosen, already more of a target on our back than needs to be.
Especially when the dean wants to get rid of her.
Essentially. Still don't think.
How are you just calm about this, man?
She writes he wasn't earlier.
Because I cannot believe that the dean would kill Anais for being a chosen. I find that hard to believe. The dean is a
How?
good man. I've spent months discussing it with him.
Turin backed it up even. That was kind of his line of thought.
Doesn't make sense.
Anais signs, maybe if you go talk to him and pretend that you hate the Chosens, he would tell you.
Yes, I don't. I'm fascinated by them.
He told me this. What else do we need?
I'll go to him. I'll say you and I are having a spirited debate about the Chosens, and I wanted to understood more what he was trying to say. Because if he is indeed willing to sacrifice someone, kill them even, I don't like that. But I don't like Anais being here with someone.
I feel like, based off of what's happened to her, you especially should not be okay with this.
Of course. Don't believe it. Sorry, Zachary, I don't mean to question you.
No one listens. No one listens.
Zachary, if you sat here and told me that you were going to get rid of Anais right now, I wouldn't believe you either.
No one believes me.
Are you sure he said kill?
It was the basic, not the same word, but he said get rid of him.
You start seeing kind of the worry on his face kind of catch up. I believe you. I just can't believe it's something like that he hasn't been picked up on before, you know? Why would he tell something like that to you, if not to me before? In hopes that you're going to do this with him?
We were having a conversation about how to get rid of the darkness, and he brought that up as his thought. To get rid of the Chosens so that then the darkness could be destroyed.
Oh, I don't like that line of thinking. Folly.
I think this is not a safe place.
We've lost Chosens before and hasn't done any good. Hasn't made darkness weaker.
So maybe debate that with him rather than bring Anais or myself into this.
Of course. Definitely warrants another conversation.
And watch your back then too.
Of course. Alright, well. If we feel like it's dangerous, I will get an eyes at him. For now, this is the safest place. He wouldn't dare do anything under the guise of everyone else here.
Anais writes, I've been trying to lay really low.
I've noticed. Remember, there are allies here. Doesn't mean you have to divulge everything. There are allies just as much as there are enemies here. Right?
How do we know
Point
who
to
to
Zach.
trust?
You've obviously have put your trust in Preview. Follow your gut, follow your instinct. Don't want to go there and think about it, but if that's the case. Maybe the dean was behind this notebook, and hope he wouldn't be behind Connor.
She writes, how likely do you think that someone who's not elven would be in with Lytus?
I find that very hard to believe. They seem to be very close-minded. I mean, the elves have always been, especially since the Great Divide, even more so, not trusting of other races, especially humans. So for one of them to reach out to someone that's not an elf, that's why I'm saying I don't understand a connection. The dean, how he would get involved with them.
I think whatever that group is with the elves is just one arm of a greater beast.
Like a conspiracy, you think?
I think there's a lot in a lot of places.
She signs, we keep seeing people controlled by darkness.
My
Or-
sister back in New Organia was affected. People of Rosewood were affected. The people up on the mountain were affected. The plains. That's a large area.
Hence why a lot of people believe the Chosens are rise again. And I guess obviously are starting to. If this is kind of known to happen, that corruption spreads more and grows stronger. Whether you believe that the Chosens come to fight darkness when it grows strong, or the darkness grows stronger when a Chosen comes. I mean, either way, these are signs of some dark times. How about this? Let's get out of the Centaurium for a while. We can visit my friend at the volcano and clear our minds a little bit. I'll have a discussion with the dean before we go. Gives us an excuse to get an ice out of here if she is a target.
She signs, what's our excuse for going?
Research. Obviously, if I found this book, I have a reason to go back and continue looking to his research. But the four of you are interested in the same research that I am, and I need a security detail of sorts. But obviously you guys did well in the fight, and like a field trip.
I have another question for you.
Fire away, Zach.
Inquisitors,
Mm-hmm.
are they here year-round?
Not year-round. Seems to be that they were asked to be extra protection, mainly because Alana's here, but also because of different high-profile representatives that have come. They are extra security, and anytime people of interest from the different nations converge together, the Inquisitors are kind of known as peacekeepers. They are kind of a threat not to do anything under their nose, and hence again why the Centaurium's supposed to be quite the safest place, because who would do anything under the nose of every other watchful eye of nations looking at you? Why not wait until we break up and follow an ice again then? You know what I'm saying? At least the Inquisitors are here. There are us keep an eye on her.
I'm beginning to worry that somebody is targeting Inquisitors.
Why would you say that?
Before I came here, there was a very targeted attack on a group of Inquisitors I was with. And
The one with Alana, right?
yes,
Heard about that.
but it resulted in the death of one. And then most recently, the one I work closest with was attacked in some way on a mission. And some sort of very serious thing must have happened to her if they can't just magically heal her back to normal, and she's sitting in some ward back in the capital.
True.
These were 2 Inquisitors I trusted. So it makes me worry that something is taking out them. And I hope it's not from the inside.
Actually, you are one untrusting man. Kind of just like, you see him like sit back and, you know, a lot of conspiracies you're saying. You know, Bri is always a positive, kind of outgoing guy. This is a lot for him. This is very draining.
You guys
to
are
him.
so negative.
Gosh. Honestly,
Yeah.
I would mistrust the Inquisitors over the Dean, but it's something to look into. But I did look into our Elvish Inquisitor friend, Amaria. He's very good friends with Lady Leanna. He hasn't been with the elves for 15 years now. He actually said she hasn't returned. She had her own reasons for leaving. Ricarius didn't want to go into it, but I actually spoke to Varys as well. He was someone that's climbed up through the ranks of the Inquisitors as just a squire early on and proven herself. I believe she's actually the replacement to the one that was killed back at New Organia. There's always 12 kind of captains of the Inquisitors. 12, you know, points of the compass, so when one dies, one gets replaced.
She's signed, so you think if she hasn't gone back, there's not as much influence potentially?
Correct. Been with the Inquisitors this whole time. I spoke with her. She's very nice, though edgy.
And I trust Lady Leetta. She's a really good person.
He was very concerned over Lady Leetta as well. But, I mean, apparently my intuition's not very good if the Dean and the Inquisitors are both bad, so...
I'm not saying all of them.
Well,
But I think the good ones have targets on them.
means Amaria could be in danger then, too.
When I stress, I'll try not to avoid her, I guess.
It's completely up to you.
I want to talk to her if she's friends with Leetta, so you can come with me if you want.
She nods. She looks a little more willing.
Well, it's getting late. I have a lot to think about. Do you want me to reach out to Zorth and let him know we could be coming? We'll visit.
I'm okay going.
I think it'd be a little safer to investigate here before we start pointing fingers at Lochner's Turin or the Dean or trying to get involved with the Inquisitors. I mean,
She writes, "Are you sure it's gonna be safe to go back there? I'm scared to go back."
don't worry. Zorth's told me none of the elves have been there in quite some time. I think you'd be pleasantly surprised. I wouldn't take you there if they would. That's why I haven't been home. Philisterum. We need to find whoever's involved here first, before I even step foot at Philisterum. I miss going back though. I was actually thinking about asking Amaria to go there. Check in on my place, check in on your house. Be a good excuse to check in on the place without putting either one of us in danger.
She just signs. I don't even know what it would be like anymore.
I can understand that. Anyways. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I might be trusting of a lot of people, but I trust the two of you. I'll look into it for you. I'm gonna go speak with the dean right now.
That's right. Should we watch your back and
He
stand?
wouldn't dare do anything to me. Not with everyone here. 3 Inquisitors. The head of the Inquisitors. All of you. It'd be foolish to do something to me. You know I'm here.
I tap my head. Mind stuff.
Mind stuff. I don't know what that means.
Memory modification. It happened to you already. Okay.
Right. Okay, true. Well, if I'm acting different after the conversation, then you'll fully know.
Yeah.
She writes, thanks for working so hard, Brad. I didn't know you were asking so many questions when I wasn't around.
Of course. That's what I told you I'd be doing. I know that you need someone looking after you, and I know you were worried I might spill the beans, but don't worry. I don't think anyone's caught on that you might be a chosen. Very protective of family.
So that kind of looks away, kind of awkwardly.
Kind of like ruffles your hair, and he's like, "You have family too now, Zachary."
Oh yeah, I meant about people finding out about her being chosen, but you know, it's cool.
Obviously, she trusted you enough, right? You'd make a good chosen too.
I found out from her. Yes, that's how it worked.
You would make a good chosen too, though.
Maybe.
Anyways, all right, we'll get going. Let me go talk to the dean.
She like holds up her rock and she signs, can you tell me how it goes after?
Of course. Don't worry, I'll come find you. Well, I kind of wanted to have it now so we could discuss if I felt like I had anything happen. All right. Let's get. Come on.
Gets her plate. Get out of my office. I'm so tired. Stop asking me questions.
I am so drained for the night.
You and all your kids and your conspiracy theories.
You guys killed his buzz, literally.
This is like the youth pastor when all of a sudden like the youth teens just learn about Armageddon or the end of the world. Like, did you know this is gonna happen tomorrow? Okay, all right, sure.
And it is. It's like right when he's about to leave, so it's like 10 or 10:30 at night, and they're still hanging around wanting to talk
Your
about it.
father's in the car, ready to go.
Get out, please.
Why aren't they here yet?
Call them again,
Yep,
please.
100%. I think that's where we're gonna end tonight's game, though. As Anais and Zachary are heading down the tower. They will walk upon Mekai and Alana are kind of standing out there, kind of looking for you both. So we'll start up with that conversation next time. Allow you guys to continue pulling on some of these threads and things that you want to do here at the Centaurium, and maybe potentially have a field trip or talk to people at Organia. I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can go with it. So yeah, we'll have a lot of fun. I'm excited for next week. But thank you so much for everyone that has joined us tonight for the raid by Frosty. Steph, thank you so much for the sub. Frosty had stubs, Frostbite. My activity sheet's not upgrading. I know someone else, I think, subbed early in the night too, but thank you guys so much. It means the world. You guys are so nice. I love you guys so much. But thank you so much for hanging out with us for Fates United. If you're watching this on YouTube, we do this. Come join us live. We record these live every Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Twitch, Bardic Dice. I am getting all this uploaded to YouTube, where you can catch our other episodes on the VOD on Twitch, leading up to this. Tomorrow, don't forget, we have the interviews, myself, D, Zitmaster General, and Angie on Chef Byers' channel, and that's actually where we're going to raid tonight, because he's on, I think, having a session 0. Nice cough. I appreciate it.
I am so. Why is it when I want to talk?
When you want to mute.
I'm muted, and when I think I'm muted.
Oh man, I love it. Anyways, I know Rachel's not excited. But tomorrow, 8 p.m. Central, on Chef_Byers. Saturday, normally we have our Star Wars campaign at 2 p.m. We're not going to do that this week, but I will still be streaming. Maybe some Pokemon Snap if I can get my capture card to work on Friday. So that'll be kind of fun. And then Sunday, Beacon's Aura on Marquee Gaming's channel, where I'm going to cough up a storm on their stream. It's going to be super fun. That's going to be 2 p.m. Central Time on their channel. And then, of course, art streams on Monday. And then we have Variety Gaming, where myself and Marquee Gaming on Tuesdays. So if they do it. But yeah, so thank you guys so much. We're going to go ahead and send this raid over to Chef Byers. First, though, I'm going to steal this from Marquee Gaming. Let us end the recording for the night, since I'm actually recording for YouTube. So bye, YouTube. We're going to change it to the ending screen, and then we'll come back. Look at that. And we stopped recording.
You did it.
And then I come back because we're raiding. Yeah. So you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see, Chef_Byers. Definitely say hello to them. And just like always, as you love and have respect for each other in our community, give them our love and respect as well. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. And I'm super excited to get into some more RP. John, that was a wonderful, wonderful RP there. That was so good.
Tears.
Everybody had really good moments. D, I'm so sorry we didn't get to that one yet, but I know that's going to be super emotional too when we get to it. So, but yeah, you guys are pulling on a lot of threads. I'm excited to see where this goes and how this develops. And yeah, check out next week on Fates United. You guys have a wonderful week. Bye.
Bye.
Rated. All right, so we'll end the stream.